Alright, what's going on everybody? Mark Berg 1 here. Mark Berg 1 bringing you some Red Dead Redemption 2 RP on SundanceRP. Do me a favor and look in my Twitch About Me section. There is a SundanceRP logo down there. Click on that. That'll take you directly to our SundanceRP Discord. When you get there, read the rules, read the rules, read the rules. Submit your application. And then you'll have a voice interview upon approval of your application. Don't get discouraged if your application does not make it through the first time. You can try unlimited amounts of times. But we are looking for direct things. We're looking for specific things. So then, do your voice interview. After your voice interview, the process should take about 2 weeks. And then when that's done, get on the server. Get ready to come tell some good stories with us. So thank you everybody who's here watching the VOD. Really appreciate that. If you're here live watching the stream, definitely appreciate that as well. Thank you in advance for being active in the chat. This is generally going to be a long process. Going to be my last stream for a while on any character. I'm thinking. I think I'm just going to take a little bit of a break and kind of get myself back together and come back strong. But I'm going to be active in the community, and I'm going to be supportive of other streamers and other community members, and I would ask everyone else to do the same. All right, so let's get into it. It's going to be our 7th stream of Baird Jefferson. Tonight is the trial, U.S. versus Jack Jackson, or Mad Jack, one of the Van Horn gang members. We also have some Van Horn gang members being brought in to testify against him. This will be the first capital trial on the server, so we're looking forward to this process. Everybody's been talked to. All the suspects have been made aware of the stakes of this, and they're free to move forward. So it's a credit to them as role players. I don't even know where Baird is right now. Of course. All right, let's go find an outfit. I guess it's a good thing I can see the people down the road. Alright, so this is the last stream of Baird Jefferson for a good while. Also, FYI, Baird is going to be resigning as territorial prosecutor at the completion of this trial. Timothy, who plays Clifford Harding, and Wildcat Woman, who plays Samantha Sanders, are the 2 people that I've hired, and they've already done a great job handling cases as assistant prosecutors. And this will put them in a position to hire the people, the other apprentice prosecutors in the office, and support staff in the office to get set up for the way that they want this thing to run, whoever the new prosecutor is going to be. I'm excited for them to have that RP challenge, and mainly it kind of fits within our goal on this. It fits within our goal on the server of getting admins out of the way and letting players lead the things that players can lead, which is incredibly important to us. I'm happy to move out of the way. Baird will still be around, but all right, we're going to go for broke today. Let's start with the shoes. Hey, what's going on, Lost Soul Galaxy? I got your DM. I've just been in a couple of voice chats and things like that. The story's being put on hold for just a little while. we still want to we want to get everybody on board for when we come back. So I'm definitely, I'll get with Cam and we'll still have that voice chat. It's just, we're handling a couple other things in the meantime, but I promise you we're going to have that voice chat. Thank you so much also for your interest and your willingness to step in, but it'll just give us more time to kind of plan how to go from here. And there's another player that we have to talk to as well named Ola Cola. All right, let's go to the coat. We want something loud. Baird is his last case, so we're going to be loud. No, I appreciate you reaching out. I think we're going to go purple is what I'm thinking. Let's look around and see what the other coats are, to be honest with you. All right, let's take a look at vests. And the way this goes, I probably won't be dressed in time for the goddamn court case. I'm so fucking terrible with this. Kind of digging that. Those are teal. Let's go to pants. I think there are teal pants, to be honest with you. I think I saw them the other night when I was scrolling through. I'm kind of digging that look, to be honest with you. Let's change the shoes up. I'm thinking some type of white shoe is what I should go with. Almost like a slipper, I guess. It looks like it might have a little teal in it. Can't really tell though. 4610. 4610 probably. $46.10. Yeah, I like the teal. Teal's my favorite color IRL too. I like half my fucking clothes are in teal. These are those duck boots? Looks like it. right, Baird's the last Scream outfit. Whoa. They're not bleeding through anywhere. I think that's the way to go right there. $94. Yeah, I think 94 is going to be the way to go. Or that. Let's go to 94 and look at that real quick. All right. Let's go to the hat next. I need to find a teal colored hat, which I doubt I can find. $110. Maybe a white hat. I guess that kind of matches. Maybe it's too much teal. I think we're going to go with like a cream color hat is what we should go with. Hey, Mink, what's going on? Yeah, it's his last trial, so he's going to try to stand out a little bit. That might be the way to do it right there, but I really want like a cream colored hat, to be honest with you. Something to go with those shoes. Big. Yeah, probably going to be late for the goddamn court case. Excuse me. I'm about to choke to death. I think we'll do that. We'll change the shoes back to black. Yeah, we'll just do that. I'm not going to find another set of shoes. Plus, it makes his feet look fucking tiny. There's definitely black shoes. Gotta find them. I think it was 30. There, that's what I had. I don't I don't think there's any options that would make any sense with this one. Well, I guess that'll work. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. It's load scan anyway. Oh, what in the absolute fuck is that? Okay, thank God. Let's get out in the sunlight and take a look at ourselves. Alright, we're good with that. Put him on Sean's walk, so we're ready to go forward.
Decided they wanted to go, and they're fine.
Governor,
They're fine without me, so.
Hello.
how's
Hello.
everyone?
Doing just fine.
And
How about
Governor,
yourself?
oh, pretty good.
Mhm.
Governor, I would assume you got my,
I did.
very good.
I so appreciate you leaving the choice to me.
Well, it's not my choice to make, it's yours.
Well, I would have preferred a solid recommendation, but that's okay.
Well, I mean, they both have their own strengths and their own weaknesses. I think that,
Which one are you
Clifford,
going to choose?
Clifford Harding is,
Oh,
definitely
dear God.
a leading candidate, but I
Oh.
would
Well,
say
I
Francis
just for
Sanders is the,
seniority's sake, to be honest.
well, I hired them both on the same day. Anyway, you'll figure it out. I'll be fishing or something, or whoring or
Very
something.
nice suit.
Oh
Mr.
my
Jefferson.
god.
Oh my.
How's your
Oh!
stories?
Alright, look at this fucking guy. I love him so much. I'm gonna enjoy this character a lot more pretty soon. So this will be a tough one here, and Charlton's just walked in. So we'll get through this. What the hell do you want?
Congratulate you on not being dead yet.
Well, I'll be dead soon enough. I'm retiring. I'm resigning after this trial.
You're resigning?
Yes.
Are you okay, Jefferson? Joking aside.
I'm fine. Just, you know, I'm too old for this shit. It's too much. And you got Sanders and Harding that can do a lot better job than I can do. Plus, they can bring in their own staff and get it where they want to be. So I'm just gonna get out of their way, and I'm gonna go back to Horn, and maybe I'll do some defense work here and there just to keep my mind occupied.
How about constitutional law?
It's too in the book.
Fair enough.
Will you be retiring that haircut?
So whenever you
Wait, I'm just gonna turn around, and if I hear a punch, then I didn't hear anything.
I don't hit children. I don't hit kids. Especially kids that don't belong to me.
Well, I mean, you could always adopt me, Dad.
Now, what I will tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Real proud of you.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't done anything.
No, but you've done what you wanted.
I can't tell you how much that means to me, Baird. Genuinely. Thank you.
You're welcome. It does suck. Had a lot of fun on this character. Doctor. What up, Teague?
Which one?
The one with the nice ass.
Which one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that just said, yeah.
Oh. Yes, sir.
All right, so I do have you on my witness list. I don't really believe it's necessary, but I'm going to call you anyway. And I want you to go into as much detail as you can. I can't really be leading you too much in the questions, but take a lot of liberties with your answers when I ask you a question.
I have a demonstration, and I need Savannah to help me with it.
I'm not sure if she's going to be here, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody that'll help you. We're going to have a whole bunch of marshals and deputies here.
I need someone who's shorter than I am.
All right. Yeah, whatever you need. I'm sure the court won't have a problem with that. But I've got 3 of his own gang members testifying against him. I have 2 other witnesses, independent, that saw it, and yeah, I think we're gonna be fine.
So at some point, I'll just ask you. I mean, I feel as though it's fairly definitive to prove beyond any shadow of any doubt who it was that caused those injuries to Carl.
Yeah.
And I just need someone who can come and stand right in front of me here and point at me, essentially.
All right. No problem. I think pretty much other than that, I just need to, I don't have Charlton on my list to call, but can you also testify against the evaluation or testify for the evaluation?
Absolutely.
Okay. And
But
what,
I mean,
what did
I
that
don't know if I
find
can.
as far as current time?
I can't really testify towards Jack's evaluation since I was not present.
Okay. Well, then I'll call Charlton.
Okay. Yeah.
I believe he was subpoenaed, correct?
He was called by someone, I think.
Oh, the defense.
defense.
Never mind. I'll get to crossing. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that they might not call him or me.
Well, I'm
But
going to
I
call
think
you, so.
Okay, there we go. Well, maybe they might call me, but I've heard that they'll probably call me last.
Well, the problem is, I mean, I don't think the judge will give me any trouble, but if I need to, what I'll do is, if they don't call him, then when it comes to me, I will ask to call him on the foundation of him being called as a defense witness, to be in court and to give results of the psych evaluation, which obviously only proves that he either is crazy or is not crazy when that psych evaluation was done.
Well, from what I understand, in my limited capacity, that Charlton need only prove that he understands the difference between right and wrong, right? And that is the definition of that they, by which they can give him, a trial where he is considered competent to attend or to sit.
Yeah, it'll probably be one of the first motions that they call up, but we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Oh man, tough, really tough.
Mr. Jefferson,
Yes, ma'am.
would you mind if I asked you a few questions? I'm a reporter from the Bridge Bulletin.
Good God, you're not even gonna let me get ready for my trial before you start making me over the cold?
It's if you're available, but otherwise it can be after, honestly.
Oh, shit, let's go. Come on, let's sit in the back.
I appreciate that.
I think you should think left.
Absolutely.
All right, fire away.
So this would be in regards to our editor-in-chief, Harry Turner, received a letter today saying that you were leaving the prosecutor's office, and I was wondering if, first of all, if that's true.
Yeah, I'm glad I got the letter. I paid that son of a bitch 25 cents to get it to him.
Oh, okay. So, okay. The other thing was just honestly just ask reasoning more than anything, and just what you plan to do in the future. I'm just making sure everything's okay.
Well, everybody knows me, knows I'm full of shit, and I like to have a good time. But there's a couple of things I don't really budge on, and that's respect for the law and people getting a fair shot whenever they're pulled into that system. So I plan on handing over this department to one of the 2 young prosecutors that have been recently hired on and have started taking on the caseload themselves. That's Assistant Prosecutor Savannah Sanders and Assistant Prosecutor Clifford Harding, and they've both proven themselves to be more than capable. I think they'll do good things for this territory, and hopefully when it transitions into statehood, they'll do good things for the state. I think
Absolutely.
I think that I'm the past. I'm a little old to be starting something new. I think I was a stopgap, and I think the time for me to move on has already passed. But I kind of held on out of the enjoyment that I was having. You know, makes you feel young when you got something to do. So I'm just I'm ready to see them kind of reach the potential, which I know they have. And plus, I fucked up a lot, so you know.
Oh, I don't know if I'd say that.
Well, you know, people make mistakes. I make more than most. You know, mine are done accidentally or, you know, without any malice or attempt to hurt anyone. So, you know, that's how I can be honest with myself. But
Mhm.
I think that these two young prosecutors can really do a great job for this territory and state.
Of course. So simply, it's you're stepping down for opening a chance for a younger generation, and you're
Well,
taking chance for yourself to, retire properly and
yeah, I
live your
mean,
life and all that.
when I came here, I was retired. I came from Savannah,
Oh,
Georgia. I was a
oh,
magistrate in Savannah, Georgia for years. I was a
oh,
prosecutor there. I was a defense attorney before that. And, you know, this was a place I was coming to retire. And it
nice.
just so happened that I I met with Marshal Theo Ford, and he introduced me to the governor, who said they had an immediate need for a position here and asked if I would assist. Well, it started off being temporary, and I was enjoying myself and enjoying having a purpose again. And, you know, it's just, you know, I was never meant to be a permanent solution here. And I think I stayed a little bit longer than I should have, but, you know, I'm not regretful of anything that I've done.
No.
I was happy to be able to, you know, kind of understand these two young prosecutors. And again, I think everything will be great, whichever one gets it.
Well, I thank you for you sharing your story with me, sir.
Yeah.
And,
Do
you
me a,
know,
yeah, do me a
go
favor.
ahead.
Add on to the end of that thing, whatever you do.
Hmm.
You know, we have a lot of openings now. Obviously, if somebody gets promoted up and appointed by the
Hmm.
governor, there's going to be a need for two more assistant prosecutors. And then we still have three apprentice prosecutor positions that are open that'll be handling a lot of things like, they'll be handling a lot of things like pretrial hearings and, you know,
Hmm.
making sure the warrants and everything are done correctly. But, you
Of
know,
course.
there's a lot of openings in the prosecutor's office. If you can put that at the bottom of that, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Would you like an advertisement as well? Sort of. We can figure something out.
Yeah, no
Write a
problem.
poster up or something.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, we
How
can
much?
do that.
How much of the advertisement run
Oh,
old
don't worry
Jefferson?
about it. On the house for this one.
Well, thank you.
For all the hard work you've done, and I know you said you've made mistakes, and
Oh yeah.
honestly, everybody makes mistakes, and you set out a groundwork for other people at the end of the day.
Oh,
That will never be forgotten.
I'll fuck up
Oh.
on the regular. I promise you that.
Everybody
Well,
does, darling.
No. We're just like trying to figure out.
Should be
so
proud of the things you've
I'm
done here too.
So it is.
That's
So
all
is
I'll
Sean.
say.
So is Gwen, and none of us have been talked to by.
Yes, I'll let you get to
prosecution
it because I'm assuming
what
you
the
need
fuck is
a
going
lot
on.
of time. But thank you so much for
So
Yeah.
all kind of
talking to me, sir.
No problem. No problem. Thank you, ma'am.
Of course, thank you. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
All right, let's grab a chat. Ready?
Yep.
Let's all go have a chat.
Oh. Yeah, I gotta talk to.
All right.
Almost right. Yeah,
How you doing?
All right. Yep. Fine.
You think they're coming or no?
They're having
Yes.
brief talk. So
Think.
yes. Hopefully.
Yeah, she's coming
Yes.
All right. Let me know when they're here, please. I got a list I'm looking at.
3, 2, 1, and here.
Howdy.
Hello. So here's how I plan to bring this forward now. Obviously this was Clifford Harding handled this at the pre-trial. I was unable to attend that. But as far as the Van Horn v. Lemoyne case, which is 2 counts of aggravated battery, 1 count of mayhem, 1 count of kidnapping, 1 count of torture, I plan on calling Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue and Marshal Caleb Matson. Winnie Joe Pickett is also listed as a victim on that, but I think there's tough chance that Winnie Joe's going to show up here, so I think we're fine. Because there's plenty of information in Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue's statement that substantiates Winnie Joe's statement. I think that could cover all that. And as far as the murder of Carl Evans, I plan on calling Mia Moore, Crimson Delgado, Annabelle Grimm, Marshall Wren Hamlin, Leroy Freeman, Marshal Robert Waters, Marshal Theo Ford, Marshal Caleb Manson, and Dr. Eddie McAllister.
Okay, so what kind of things am I expecting when I get on the stand? Because
your report is what I'm going to be asking you direct questions out of. That is it. I'm not going to ask you to expand on anything. Maybe I might say, can you describe to me the reasons y'all responded to that location? And then you can go in and please tell your story to the fullest. I'm not going to cut you off. Then I'll say, at any point in time, did you hear shots fired? You can say your experiences on that. Did anybody in your party get shot? And you can say, yes, 2 individuals got shot. Marshal Caleb Manson. And then,
we all got shot.
Oh, I know you all did, but
right.
That's the thing. You know, that's what I'm justifying with the aggravated battery.
Gotcha, okay.
And then you're going to testify against about the statements that you obtained from Winnie Joe Pickett about her being kidnapped, tortured, and then, they removed the body part, which is mayhem.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll justify that first case. As far as the murder of Carl Evans, Mia Moore is a witness to that. Crimson Delgado was a witness to that. Annabelle Grimm and Marshall Wren Hamlin were involved in taking those statements. Leroy Freeman observed the 4 individuals.
So, question really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have my statement?
I do, right in front of me.
Because my statement was never actually put in the report.
Yeah, it was.
I'm pretty sure I took it. Didn't I?
Could you hand it to me, the statement that you have written down? Because I'm...
Didn't I take your statement from you? I'm pretty sure I did.
Somebody did.
I did, yeah.
Sean did, and I think I took Winnie's statement regarding that situation.
Right. So this says Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue statement, Winnie Joe Pickett statement. We went over there, myself, Deputy Zal Longway, Deputy Marshal Caleb Manson is how it starts off. It is on the...
Oh, never mind. I found it.
Okay. All right. That's where I'm coming from with it. Is that still...
Is that
good to
one?
go?
Okay. Yeah, that one's on like the second, the
that's the
secondary
big
document that's not attached to the actual. Well, it's attached to the actual report, but it's not in the actual report.
Right. That is the only portion of that report that includes the name Jack, and also that multiple individuals were gunned down, and Jack is mentioned in that statement multiple times.
Whose statement?
The one that has your name over the top of it as being taken by Winnie Joe Pickett.
By Winnie Joe.
It says Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue statement, Winnie Joe Pickett statement, and then it went into...
okay.
Yeah.
So that is Winnie's statement. That's not mine.
I know, but why is your name over it? Did you take that from Winnie Joe?
No, that's where my statement was supposed to go, but it couldn't fit on that report because it was too big if they added in mine.
Okay.
That's Winnie Joe Pickett's statement. I didn't take that from her.
Who took the statement from Winnie Joe?
I took Winnie Joe's statement.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah, so, okay.
Zal, were you subpoenaed for this?
Yes.
Then you will be called instead of Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue. I might call Sheriff Bellevue as the kind of lead law enforcement officer that responded to that. But as far as Winnie Joe Pickett's statement, I will keep the mayhem, kidnapping, and torture charges to you, Zal. And then as far as the aggravated batteries against the LEOs, I'll leave that to Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue. And plus, Zal, you were there because you were injured. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got shot like in the shoulder, and I carried Caleb to the doctor's office in Sanity.
Yeah, so he was there when we were talking. And then if anything happened, he was going to run off. But Caleb got shot like right off the bat. Like they said, we don't like to talk, we like to shoot. And then the first bullet took Caleb down. And so Zal, before he ran off, grabbed Caleb and ran off.
All right. Sheriff,
get him medical. Yes.
Sheriff, please spell your goddamn name for me. I'm an old man.
Yeah, of course. Guinnevere. Bellevue is Bellevue.
My God, I think that could have been so much easier.
Yeah, listen, blame my parents, okay? They weren't thinking for the future when I'd have to send telegrams and all that.
I'm gonna send the front and or I'll send the marshals and everybody an updated witness list. So I'll be calling Sheriff Bellevue for the aggravated battery charges for the Van Horn v. Lemoyne. I'll be calling Marshal Caleb Masson to verify that as well. And then I'll be calling is it Deputy Sheriff?
Yes. Deputy Sheriff
Zal Longway for the kidnapping, mayhem, and the torture who collected Winnie Jo's statements, and she would most likely not be here. I wouldn't be surprised if she was, though. Okay. For the murder of Carl Evans, which is also in the town of Van Horn, your jurisdiction, I'll be calling Mia Moore, who was a witness, Crimson Delgado, who was a witness, Annabelle Grimm, Marshall Wren Hamblin, who were witnesses to them giving their statements, Leroy Freeman, who saw the party with the body dump it and riding in that area, Marshal Robert Waters, who obtained a statement from Mia Moore and had discussions with Mia Moore, Marshal Theo Ford, Marshal Caleb Manson, for their impressions on statements obtained through another incident, and Dr. Eddie McAllister to talk about the medical report and the body. As far as the Marshals v. Van Horn, that was on the 25th. I'm calling Marshal Theo Ford, Marshal Wren Hamlin, Marshal Robert Waters, and Marshal Caleb Manson to talk about their experiences where these individuals admitted to killing Carl Evans and being very much in support of it when the statement was made. Also to attempt to gun down the marshals while they were attempting to make lawful arrests. So, the charges that I'm going after are one count of murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, 2 counts of aggravated battery, 1 count of mayhem, 1 count of kidnapping, 1 count of torture, and 2 counts of obstruction. It is a fucking lot.
Jesus.
So I got it all in my head where I need to be. Just do me a favor and help me with your answers.
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to be objected to for leading constantly, which I tend to lead because I want to get away with what I can get away with. But if Mr. Williams is on his A game today and he's definitely seen me in trials before, he's not going to let me get away with my shit. So be incredibly descriptive in your answers. I will let you go on as long as you want to go on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I apologize for the confusion on that first part with Winnie Jo.
That's all right. I just misread it. Yeah.
No, it's fine. That was put there for my statement to be put in there, but like I said, I don't believe it could fit, so that's why it was put on the second document. And then they just never, scratched that part out. So
yeah, I think one of the things that would be difficult to involve, this is kind of a stretch, honestly, is you did say, I believe in your statement, your follow-up, or the actual statement, I believe, that you thought you recognized Jack by his voice. Is that correct?
Me? No, I don't know who Jack is. Right, I have, the only time I met Jack was when we did the transport to the pretrial the other day.
All right. Okay, good.
That's the only time I've ever seen him or anything. So.
Well, that's my intent. And I don't think it's going to be hard because I'm going to be I've obtained depositions from Mr. Burke, Mr. Bruiser, and Miss Carver, admitting that they witnessed the assault on Mr. Evans in the saloon in Van Horn, and I'm gonna stretch them pretty goddamn hard to actually say they saw the murder. In their statements, they were real gentle that they saw the assault, or they heard the assault. Because they're getting a hell of a fucking deal for testifying here. But not locking this guy up, we can get this person held accountable for all these horrible things that they've done, then I'm willing to lock the other sons of bitches up and let them have their day later with y'all. And y'all are well aware of their abilities and their skills, so you know, just make sure you protect yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Y'all have
Who's
any?
doing the searches before everybody comes in here?
Should be a whole shitload of marshals and deputies out there.
It's
Okay.
gonna be Rand's leading it, and then I've got Carter, Skipper assisting on the sides. Amory's also gonna be out there assisting. We also got a new
Wonderful.
handover that's coming out that'll be assisting with the 5 that are the mandated 5 deputies on the side of the courtroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sean, were
Yeah,
you?
I just want to make sure that everything is
Yeah.
fucking crystal clear when they come in, so nobody tries anything stupid. Tries to.
There's Jack.
They're here.
Hmm.
There's my little friend Amory over there.
Yeah, I was subpoenaed.
You were subpoenaed? Okay, I don't believe.
I'm not too sure why.
I don't believe I'm gonna call you, but
Yep.
if I find something that I need, then since you are subpoenaed, I might call you. Okay.
Can the
Okay,
defense call us up as well?
I mean, if I call you, you're my witnesses, so they can cross-examine you. I'm not afforded a lot of leeway when I have you as a direct witness. But when they cross-examine you, they can get you to twist your words up. What I will ask you is that if they do wish to do a cross on you, you really need to be very short and direct with your answers. Don't lie. Don't avoid answering, but just be really careful with the answers that you give. Be honest, but be short. Don't give them an opportunity to answer another question off of something that you said. So if the question is, what color's the sky? Your answer would not be, well, the other day when I woke up, I walked out there and I looked up and the sky was purple. And then the other day when I saw it, it was orange and then it was red. You just say what the hell the color of the goddamn sky is and answer the question and be done with it. There's a chair next to, you know, where I sit at. I'll go sit down and let y'all tell your goddamn story. But when they're asking questions, they're trying to get over and get off of you. So, just, you know, be careful with your answers.
Okay.
Full confidence. I'm glad that y'all are here because it's gonna be some validation for all the pain and the struggles that y'all have gone through over the many months with this group. And I think these people aren't gonna have any other end, you know, than a bad one.
How long ago was his pretrial?
I believe it was Saturday last. So a week ago. Yeah, pre-trial a week ago. We've had a psych evaluation done at the request of the defense attorney. Obviously, that only proves what their current state was. Whenever the evaluation was done, it can't go back. But I think everything's fine. Miss Sanders, you can come over here. You ain't got to roll your eyes over there. I can feel it.
Thank you.
All right. I know that this first incident was June the 16th. So this first incident was over 2 months ago. Well, you know what I mean. Years ago. All right. Who's got the liquor after this? Because this is my last trial. I'm stepping down after this trial. I'm gonna take Amory. We're gonna go up to the Bastille. I'm gonna get that boy in the bathtub. I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get some big old woman to come rub all on him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, how you doing, Judge?
Could I have you in my office for a moment?
Well, I guess.
Alrighty, man.
I got time to get changed after we're done.
I think so.
All right.
Just give me one moment. I'll meet you there.
We got this.
Mr. Williams, how are you?
How are you doing, gentlemen?
Doing well, sir.
Obviously, we have a very high-profile case here,
Indeed.
so I'm anticipating you both will
start,
be
Ace.
on your best behavior, which I'm sure you will be.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to bring forward a letter that I received.
All right.
This is from Dr. Samuel Grant. It reads as follows.
Here we go.
Miss Williams, were you present in Sisika Penitentiary while Dr. Grant was there?
Was I present in the penitentiary when Mr. Grant was there?
Uh-huh.
No.
All right. Yeah, there's a concern here that, now that I read this, I'm not even going to bring it up. We'll just let things roll. But I do hope you gentlemen can maintain some control today. I expect some of our witnesses that are going to be called to the stand and whatnot might be a little bit feisty. I will have no problem removing a witness from the stand if there is some kind of issue or whatnot. Mr. Williams, have you had time to review the statements that have been collected from the three individuals, Burke, Buck, and Carver?
I have. And I will, if you give me time, I will have a word with them to remind them to be on their best behavior. Otherwise, I assume this will affect the agreement.
Well, I believe so, but I think they'll be reminded to be on their best behavior anyway.
Yeah, Your
So
Honor,
those.
I will
go
say
ahead.
that I have enormous respect for Mr. Williams here, and being that this is my last trial, I don't intend to put any type of stain on this courthouse, and I don't see any issues. I just have a lot of witnesses to call, and I'll be looking for direct answers, and I'll do my best to put on the show that I'm supposed to put on and be respectful of this house.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Jefferson. I have no doubt that you will be. All right. Well, I just wanted to touch base with both of you to make sure we understood the gravity of what could be a potential outcome here today.
Mm-hmm.
And go ahead, Mr. Williams.
No, back at you, Mr. Jefferson.
And just for the record, those statements that have been presented from Carver, Brooke, and Burke are all at this time being considered evidence.
Okay. May I just ask that the psychiatric evaluation is being considered as evidence?
From what I recall, the psychiatric evaluation established that Mr.
Charlton.
No, not Mr. Charlton. Mr. Jackson was fit to stand trial, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything beyond that? Do you any impact it has on the case?
No, just so I can reference it or whatever. If I had any further questions for Mr. Charlton.
Yeah, I would have an interest in crossing Mr. Charlton if you were to call him. I'll just tell you that now.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I can.
Have we established Mr. Charlton is here?
Yes.
He said, yeah.
He's here, and I believe
All
he
right.
was subpoenaed.
That's fine. I have no problem with him being called to the stand. And yes, Miss Sanders.
Prosecution plans on establishing Dr. Eddie McAllister as an expert witness since she performed the autopsy on the deceased Mr. Evans. We just wanted to make sure that that was established prior to trial.
I believe that's already been established, and I believe then calling Mr. Charlton as an expert witness as well.
Mm-hmm.
That is the intention.
I do have one thing. My client is currently handcuffed.
He will remain that way.
I can understand that. However, I don't believe he knows how loud he is speaking. So perhaps the removal of the cuffs. But if you understand what I'm saying.
I wouldn't object. So
even if he's handcuffed to the table.
Yeah, shackle him to the desk. That's fine.
Just so you can let the marshals know, because they won't take my word on it.
Well, Mr. Ford's here. I'm sure he can handle that.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
done.
All right. Well, I'll let you two finish up any last-minute discussions you need to have. Mr. Ford, who is the acting bailiff tonight?
Myself and Senior Deputy Marshal Hamblin will be rotating depending upon who's on the stand.
All right, that's fine. Well, you two are more than familiar with the song and dance, so I'll leave you to it, and I'll be in about 5 minutes' time.
Yes, sir.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Your Honor.
I don't need to be lucky here.
I just would like a second to talk to these two magistrates real quick in private. Nothing to do with the trial, Mr. Williams, I assure you. All right. Well, I just wanted to take this time to say thank you very much for the opportunity. You all have been nothing but professional.
Well, that's what we aspire to be, and other than our one little tango in the courtroom there, I would happily say likewise.
Yeah, totally my fault. I take ownership of that mistake.
It's long gone. Well, I believe you have a individual who is highly prosecutable sitting there waiting for you, so I will look forward to hearing your arguments.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Time to do so. Feel free to go ahead and search all of them.
How you
got
doing,
about
son?
5 minutes. He's heavily focused right now, Miss Jefferson.
Good.
What can I do for you?
So, any concerns?
Well, Miss Winnie Jo Pickett was seen tampering outside the courthouse earlier today, scouting. Would not be surprised if we end up in some kind of hostage exchange situation by the end of the night.
All right. How many people you got outside?
5, 6, give or take. And then we got plenty of badges in here as well.
All right.
If they try anything, they sign on their own death wish.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Never questioned it. Wanted to make sure I had an idea.
Yes, sir. If you need anything, let me know.
Will do. Hope everybody's doing well. Should be getting started here very soon.
I'll stand for the Honorable Walter Carlo.
God damn it.
Do we have to stand here?
Yeah.
You may have your seats.
Oh.
All right. Just to get our usual formalities out of the way. Through the power vested in me, Walter Carlo, through the territorial government of West Arlington, I do proclaim this court to now be in session and to be brought to order. On today's docket, the court will be hearing the case of the United States versus Jackson. With that said, let it be known that any outbursts or disruptions of this courtroom will be met swiftly with charges of contempt and any other charges that might be applicable. I will remind all of our witnesses who are being called to the stand today to speak nice and slowly so that our court reporters can ensure that they are recording everything accurately, and to speak clearly and loudly enough for everyone in this courtroom to hear them. Just to confirm, all members of the prosecution are present.
No, that's correct, Your Honor.
And of the defense?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, well, would the prosecution please rise and read aloud the charges in which the defendant is being tried upon today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with the incident Van Horn v. Lemoyne, the charges currently brought forward against Mr. Jackson include 2 counts of aggravated battery, 1 count of mayhem, 1 count of kidnapping, 1 count of torture. For the murder of Carl Evans, there is 1 count of murder. For the Marshalls v. Van Horn incident, Mr. Jackson is facing 2 charges of attempted murder and 2 charges of obstruction.
Very good. Mr. Jackson, would you please stand? Mr. Jackson, to the charges of 2 counts of aggravated battery, how do you plead?
I don't think he can change his voice. He's got to be loud now.
You have to speak loudly enough for me to hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Did you not hear me?
I did not hear you. Please say your plea again to the 2 charges of aggravated battery.
Not guilty.
To the 1 charge of mayhem.
Not guilty.
To the 1 charge of kidnapping.
Not guilty.
And to the 1 charge of torture.
Not guilty.
To the charge of murder.
Not guilty.
To the 2 charges of attempted murder.
Not guilty.
And to the 2 charges of obstruction.
Not guilty.
Very good, and let it be known that the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to all aforementioned charges. Mr. Jefferson, or whoever represents the prosecution, I would invite you now to open with your arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can I sit now?
Well, you can.
There we go. Your Honor, I'd like to start off by saying it's a horrible situation that we're here for. This is a capital crime that has committed in this territory. These don't happen a lot. They don't happen often. They need to be taken incredibly seriously. The gentleman that we brought before you is a person who has a wave of destruction that exists around them. It travels where they go. It involves everyone that they touch, that they speak to, they look at. It follows them. It infects. The charges of aggravated battery, mayhem, kidnapping, torture, murder, attempted murder, and obstruction are all on that man right there for things that he has done. He walks around with people's fingers in his pocket. That is the person who is sitting before this court today. He has no respect for anyone, yet alone himself, and he is here to cause one thing, and that is chaos to this territory. And I expect that when these charges are read and these charges are proven in this court, that this individual has got a lot bigger discussion that he's going to have to make with the person upstairs. And that's not in this courtroom, Your Honor. And I think I would ask the court to take all the evidence into account that we bring forward, listen to the witnesses. They'll tell you what this man is and what he does. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, you're invited to make your arguments.
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, today the prosecution will try and paint a picture of Mad Jack, a cold, calculated killer.
He said Mad Jack, not me.
I ask the court today to keep an open mind when they hear the words Van Horn, as I believe that this will be used to stereotype and pigeonhole my client as what Mr. Baird has just perceived and painted Jack to be. I believe today we will hear accounts or statements where a man did not act rashly, and I believe that he has a serious psychiatric problem, as defined by the fact that he carries fingers around and is not
They're
of
going
sound
to
mind and body.
fucking psych rat.
If the same court
Oh my god.
here today can find a man called Jimmy Simpler who killed another man in broad daylight in public and get away with manslaughter, and he is clearly a rational man, then I do believe I have hope for my client.
Very good. We will move now to calling witnesses and pieces of evidence for both the prosecution and the defense, because there are 3 different incidences that we are examining here today. I would ask that when the witnesses are called, that whoever is calling the witness clarify to which incident the witness is being called for, so that both for myself and for the court reporter, this information can be sorted appropriately.
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Jefferson, the floor is yours to call your first piece of evidence or witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, I'd call Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue in reference to Van Horn v. Lemoyne.
Very good. Ms. Bellevue.
You could place your left hand on this Bible and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sheriff Bellevue.
I said I do.
There you go. Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Bellevue, just as a reminder, please speak nice and slowly to make sure we don't miss anything that you're saying in the court record.
Of course.
Thank you.
Sheriff Bellevue, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I've been better. But anyway, let me ask you this. What's your current position?
I am the sheriff of Lemoyne County.
And how long have you held that position?
A little over 2 months, I believe. I could be wrong on that. It could be a little more.
Okay. When the shooting happened in Van Horn, were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you respond to that shooting?
Yes, I did.
Excuse me, did you respond to that incident? Excuse me.
Yes, I did respond.
All right, and who was with you?
When we arrived, it was me, Marshal Caleb Madsen, at the time, Deputy Zhao Longwei, Deputy Sapphire Lawson, Recruit Liam Burns, and Deputy Winnie Joe Pickett.
What was your intention when you responded to that location?
Caleb had received a telegram from, I believe, Marshal Wren, saying that there were injured in Van Horn. So we went to Van Horn to retrieve the injured.
When you got there, were you met with any resistance?
Yes, we were.
Can you describe that?
Well, when we got there, we first went up to the cemetery that's on top of the hill, just to kind of look into the town to see if we could see anything. We stood up there for a little bit, but not long after we went up there, Bruiser was the one who walked towards the back of the town and started speaking with us.
Okay, was that a good conversation?
It was meant to be, but it didn't end up that way.
And how so?
Well, I was one of the last people to walk up, but I heard the conversation happening as I was walking up. Deputy Sapphire Lawson at the time, started speaking down to him. There was talk of how we heard that there was injured, and they claimed there was no injured, but due to the nature of everything, we weren't really going to just believe them that there was no injured there.
All right. And can you explain talking down to them? You mean that you were up on the hill and they were below you?
Yes. We were up on top of the hill, and they were at the bottom of the hill. Well, Bruiser at least was on the bottom of the hill, behind one of the buildings next to the saloon.
Did you have an opportunity to identify anyone else visually?
Bruiser was the only person that I was able to readily identify.
Very good. So during that incident, was anybody injured on the law enforcement side?
All of us except for Zhao Longway.
And tell me how many that is, please.
That would be 5 of us. Marshal Caleb Madsen, myself, Sheriff Bellevue, Deputy Sapphire Lawson, Deputy Recruit Liam Burns, and Deputy Winnie Joe Pickett. We're all shot down from the top of that hill.
Okay. When this situation, what's the next thing you remember?
Well, after we were having the conversation with them, eventually Marshal Caleb Madsen took over the conversation, telling them that we were here to get injured. We wanted to get the injured. We wanted to have a little talk. After a few back and forths with him and Bruiser, I believe the conversation started to get a little bit heated, even though that was not the intention. And I believe the words were spoken from Bruiser. We don't like to talk. We like to shoot. And then that's when the first shot rang off and struck Marshal Caleb Madsen. And then Bruiser pulled out his weapon, and a lot of them just opened fire on all of us on top of the hill.
So you saw yourself obtaining, or you saw your group receiving gunfire from multiple points below you in the town, correct?
That is correct. The first shot that struck Marshal Caleb Madsen looks like it came from the northern part of town, but Bruiser was in the middle of town right below us. There was also, I saw a shooter on the balcony of the building next to the saloon. And then there was just shots fired from all other parts. When we had gotten there, they had mentioned they had 7 or 8 individuals in town. That's why we were trying to say we're just here for injured, because we weren't looking to apprehend any of them that day. We were really just there to get injured. But
Understood.
they didn't want to talk.
Understood. That's unfortunate. Did any sheriff or marshal sustain altering injuries?
Yes, Winnie Joe Pickett did. Deputy Winnie Joe Pickett.
Can you describe what you are aware of with that?
After we were all shot down, we were taken to Valentine, and all of us were taken there except for Winnie Joe Pickett, who was taken somewhere else, and they proceeded to do a multiple of injuries to her. They cut off a pinky, gouged out one of her eyes, put a few lacerations into her torso, cut all her hair off. I believe there was a majority of it.
Is Deputy Winnie Joe Pickett still a sworn deputy in Lemoyne County?
No, at this time she's not.
And why is she no longer employed?
Given a lot of situations that led to her being removed, one of which being her mental state was not in a good place to be working as a deputy or even a deputy sheriff at that time. She's not okay after everything, and you could tell.
So, not speaking as an expert here by any means, but she is no longer to hold employment in your sheriff's department with her inability to do her job.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I've got nothing further for the sheriff at this time.
Good. Mr. Williams, you may engage in your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. How are you today, ma'am?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Not too bad. So, the discussion you were having at Van Horn.
Sheriff Bellevue is a foundational
You
witness.
could only identify Bruiser, is that correct?
That is correct. Everyone else was too far away for me to identify. They were scattered all over the town. Bruiser was the only one up in the forefront speaking with us.
So in that whole shootout, you see no one else, not even my client at all.
I saw other individuals. I saw a couple running in the road in the middle of Van Horn. I saw one on the balcony of the building that's just north of the saloon. I saw another running down from the hill to the north. But that I couldn't. They were too far away for me to identify.
Yeah. Okay. And as for Miss Winnie Jo, you said she sustained some severe injuries, which I'm sorry to hear. What were the nature of her injuries, if you don't mind me asking?
As I said before,
That's a mistake.
A pinky finger was cut off. One of her eyes were gouged out. I believe her left eye. I could be incorrect, but I'm pretty sure it was her left eye. Multiple lacerations to her torso, and her hair was cut off.
And this was all reported to you, I believe?
Reported to me. I mean, what do you mean exactly by that?
The statement given?
I did not take Winnie Jo's statement. That was Deputy Zhao Longway.
Okay.
Now Deputy Sheriff.
Okay. Well, I have nothing further.
Brief redirect, Your Honor.
Of course.
Sheriff, apologize. I'm gonna ask you something from your statement here that I'm looking at. Your Honor, and I am looking at a supplemental statement issued by the sheriff.
Would you please approach the branch and pass me a copy?
I believe I can do that if you can indulge me with a little time. It's definitely in evidence. I just had to search for it. I'm an old timer. I like to have things right in my hand in front of me.
That's all right.
And I can send it to the defense as well.
Yes, please do hand them a
Actually,
copy.
I tell you what, I'll save this for my direct with Deputy Longway.
All right.
I withdraw redirect, Your Honor.
No further questions then, Mr. Williams?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Well, Sheriff Bellevue, you are considered dismissed at this time. You may please remain in the courtroom to the remainder of these proceedings.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next witness I intend to call is Deputy Sheriff Zhao Longway of the Lemoyne County Sheriff's Department.
Very good.
Deputy Sheriff Longway, if you would place your left hand upon the Bible and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear to God.
Have your seat. Your Honor, the witness has been sworn.
Swear to God.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. A reminder, Mr. Longway, please speak nice and slowly so that our court reporter has an easy time understanding what you're saying.
How am I doing, ma'am?
Thank you.
All right, good. Deputy Sheriff Longway, you're currently employed in the Lemoyne County Sheriff's Department, correct?
I am.
And as a deputy sheriff, you are somewhat high up in the Sheriff's Department.
That I am.
And you handle a lot of serious incidents in Lemoyne, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that you supervise most?
Yes, sir.
And supervising an incident like this, what does that normally entail?
Supervision requires ensuring all the evidence is collected, ensuring that when the incident is taken down into records, so we have all information needed for when it comes down, if it need be, to court.
Okay. Did you have any opportunity to conduct interviews in this case?
Yes.
Who did you interview in this case?
I interviewed Deputy Winnie Jo Pickett.
All right. Please tell me about that interview and what was the nature of it, where it occurred.
Due to her medical state, I had held off on taking the interview until she was well, and the interview took place in the Lemoyne County Sheriff's Office in Saint Denis. The questions that were asked was what occurred on the day of, what she could recall, what they directly witnessed.
All right. Can you give me some of her, some of the statements that she made to you?
If you don't mind, if I could see the document, because it's been quite some time. But from the day of that I recall, when I had interviewed her, from their statement that's written down, she had brought up the fact that we all went up to Van Horn to go find wounded. After I had left to bring the wounded marshal to get medical aid, they were then all shot down, brought into the forest nearby Valentine. That is when she had directly interacted with Bruiser, Mad Jack, and a few others. Most of her interactions occurred with Mad Jack.
And can you describe her interactions that she let you know about Mad Jack?
The interactions that occurred between her and Mad Jack was them asking, more demanding on who was the person talking during, I guess you could say, the talks at Van Horn before the shooting had occurred. They were trying to get a name out of her. She kept insisting that she would not get a name. And that was when they started to, Mad Jack was singing.
So did she make any other comments about Mad Jack being present during the shooting?
No, the majority of her comments were made when she was being dragged away from the area.
Okay, so when she was shot, where was she?
She was shot just above Van Horn.
On the hill overlooking the town?
Yes.
Taken away after that, correct? By this group?
Yes.
And she identified Mad Jack, correct?
Yes.
Is Mad Jack somebody that you recognize being in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you stand up and point at him, please?
Standing right there in the defendant's seat.
Okay. Your Honor, we can note that on the record, please.
It is noted, I'm sure.
Well, how does she describe to you the injuries that she sustained?
The injuries that was sustained was lacerations on her torso, her eye being gouged out, her pinky being chopped off.
Okay. Did she say that they had maybe given her some whiskey or anything like that to maybe dull the senses, or did they?
No. There was nothing given to her to dull the senses.
She felt everything, is what she told you, correct?
Yes, she felt everything.
Enormous amounts of pain.
Yeah, enormous amounts of pain, including the V that was carved into her shoulder.
Can she tell you what that V stood for?
Van Horn. There was also another injury that they had done to her, that they cauterized one of her gunshot wounds to ensure that she wouldn't bleed out while they were torturing her.
So I'm not going to speak to their intention, but if you were going to cauterize a wound on someone, what would be the purpose of that, deputy?
To ensure that they would not die.
Because they would bleed out, correct?
Yes.
They wanted to keep her around a little bit longer?
That they did, yes.
Have you worked any other case like this, Deputy Longway?
To this extent, no. Similar, yes.
Have you seen anything so gruesome before?
Yes.
So this is a standard thing?
No.
Who does it generally involve in your experience?
Targeted individuals.
Any specific group that targets these individuals?
Ones with criminal nature.
Okay. Deputy Longway, did you, just to clarify, you did not interview Bruiser, you didn't interview Burke, you did not interview Carver, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And who conducted those interviews?
I do not recall.
Very good. All right, Your Honor, that's all I have for the deputy at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, whenever you're ready, you may conduct your cross-examination if you wish.
All right. Deputy Longway, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Okay. So, you did interview Miss Winnie Jo Pickett, and she gave her statement of the injuries she received.
Yes.
And have you ever dealt with someone who sang or acted in such a interesting manner while conducting such severe injuries? Or conducting such, terror tactics?
Could you rephrase that?
So obviously, my client is accused of, these horrific actions. And obviously he was singing, apparently, at the time in your statement. Have you ever interacted with any other individual who has acted so interestingly or weirdly?
Your Honor, I'd like to get a rephrase of that question. I have no idea where he's going with that.
Yeah, hold on a minute. I'm trying to...
You're free to rephrase the question, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Have you ever had someone sing while torturing you or torturing someone you've interviewed?
Torture to that specific extent? No.
Have you ever known someone who has collected fingers on the victims, from the victims?
No.
How common is it, in your experience, of people carving out the skin of a mark or a brand?
Not common.
So it's these actions are not normal, you would say?
No, they are definitely not normal.
All right. How many other times have you met Mad Jack, other than that one, Mr. Longway?
Met him.
Well,
could you explain?
interacted with him in a situation or incident.
Before that, once.
And what impression did you get from him then?
There was no impression I had because it was a shootout.
Okay. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Longman.
Nothing further from me, Your Honor.
Good, Mr. Longway. You are dismissed from the stand. Please remain in the courtroom for the remainder of these proceedings.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, prosecution has intent to call Marshal Caleb Madsen.
Mr. Madsen is testifying to what exactly?
Oh, I apologize. In reference to Van Horn v. Lemoyne, I only have one additional witness after this for that.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just clarify for our court reporter.
Yeah, I definitely have done my best to make her job difficult, and I do apologize.
I'm sure Miss Winslow is more than capable.
Deputy Marshal Matz, if you could place your left hand upon the Bible, raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
You may take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Marshal Madsen, what is your current employment, please?
Deputy Marshal, United States Marshal Service.
How long have you had that position?
Here within the territory or in total?
In total is fine.
A few years, I would say two.
Okay, good. So let me ask you, you said you received a telegram advising of a situation in Van Horn, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And that telegram said what?
That there were 7 folks that were injured, potentially out on the docks down in Van Horn, and that some other folks were going to try to convene up north and see if they can get some eyes on it. So we was heading in from the south to see if we can get some eyes on it.
Very good. Was there another party that you were speaking to? I mean, who was that?
That's going to be Ren Hamlin, Deputy Marshal.
Mr. Madsen, could you just ensure you're speaking loud enough for everyone in the courtroom?
I'm shouting.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, so you contacted Sheriff Bellevue next?
She was with me at the time when I got it. We was in Lemoyne,
Right,
down there in St. Nick.
Good, and you raised up a group and y'all responded directly.
That's right.
When you got there, who was the first to make contact?
That was going to be one of the gentlemen from Lemoyne, Bruiser.
Okay. And how did that conversation go?
Well, so he came up and made contact. We had one folk there. Her name was Sapphire. She decided to start the conversation. That conversation went a little sour. I stepped in the conversation, tried to reel it back in. Our intent going there was just to, get the injured, get out there. We made that very clear. Got to the point where, they just kept talking about wanting to shoot and kill people. We just kept saying we were just trying to get the injured out of there. Got to the point where I had to state that, we ain't here to shoot. If you don't want to have a conversation, we're going to end up leaving this place and to have setting up blockades. And the folks in town are going to suffer because of it. All we want to do is get the injured out and get on out. At that point, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go right ahead. I apologize.
I say at that point, gentleman down the hill, said something. I can't remember exactly what he said, and then everybody opened fire. That's about all I recall until I was down at the hospital down in St. Nay.
So you sustained injuries?
I got shot twice.
Where were you shot?
Once in the shoulder and once right through the side.
And to your knowledge, after that, were you made aware of other law enforcement that were shot?
Oh yeah, a whole lot of folk. Pretty much everyone then went up there except for Zhao, who grabbed me out there after I got shot.
All right. Marshal Madsen, have you had interactions with this Van Horn gang before?
Yeah, this is my second encounter with them at this point.
How was the first one?
The first one went too good, ended up in a gunfight.
All right. You see members of that Van Horn gang in this courtroom today?
Yeah, they're sitting right over there.
Do you see Mad Jack in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
And where is he at?
Sitting in a chair right over there.
Right next to the defense attorney?
Green jacket.
Okay, and just to be fair, did you make visual contact with Mad Jack at the time? Or do you have any memory of that?
Which incident?
I'm sorry, whenever you were having your conversation with them.
Over in, when was there with the Lemoyne folks?
Yeah, on top of the hill, yeah.
Yeah, I don't personally recall. I remember Bruiser. I remember a lady somewhere in there. They had like 7, 8 folk. I remember 2 folks up on the balcony, one down on the right, one down towards the docks. There was one out all the way around, coming out. Looked like they're trying to come out and sweep out towards backside, going out north and coming up on the hilltop from there. So there's a lot of folks, a lot of movement there. Can I say for certain? It's been a long time. If he was there at that exact moment, I cannot. The only person I was engaged in conversation with, the Bruiser, and that's the one I can say for certain.
I appreciate your honesty there, Marshal. Let me ask you one last question. Your first interaction that involved in a shooting, was he involved in that?
I do believe.
Okay. Well, we'll leave that at that. That'll be all I have for the Marshal this time.
Yes, this will be quick. How you doing, Marshal?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
All right. Yes. So at this Lemoyne shooting, you could not identify my client anywhere on the scene, correct?
It's not that I couldn't identify a client, it's that the person who came in and made contact was the individual Bruiser. The rest of them made sure that they was taking cover, probably because they intended to open fire.
But my question is, did you see my client?
Did I see him? No, I did not. I already said that.
Okay.
That's
Thank you. That's all.
All right.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'm ready for my next witness.
Ms. Madsen, thank you for your testimony. You are dismissed from the stand, but please stay in the courtroom until the conclusion of these proceedings. Mr. Jefferson, you may go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have. I will be calling Marshal Madsen again when I go into the murder of Carl Evans.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Last witness I have for the Van Horn v. Lemoyne is Harry Turner.
Mr. Turner, sir, if you could place your left hand upon the Bible and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
One more time for the record.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Turner, please take the stand. Speak nice and loudly and nice and slowly.
Mr. Turner, how are you today?
I'm doing fine.
I appreciate you being here today. What's your current occupation?
I am a editor-in-chief of the Bridge Bulletin newspaper.
Wow. Stay pretty busy, I would imagine.
I do.
Lots of newsworthy things that happen in this territory.
There are.
Did you happen to remember having an interview with any members of the Van Horn gang at one point?
Yes, multiple times.
Can you go into that, please?
Which time?
The time where you observed some fingers.
I see. There was a day where the Van Horn gang, they telegrammed me, wanted to speak with me. They wanted to clear the record and possibly get something put in the newspaper. I went in, told the Lemoyne Law at the time that I was going down to Van Horn, as I was in Saint Denis when I received this telegram. And I then headed towards Van Horn. Once there, I was met with Cass Cutter on the ground, having been shot by other members of the Van Horn gang in a brief shootout that happened in Van Horn. They managed to help him back to his feet. I was then brought to the saloon in Van Horn. From there, they wanted me to put into the paper how they were angry that these blockades had apparently been lifted because the Van Horn gang had been caught. In their mind, that was not the reason. They said they talked with the marshals and came to an agreement. After this, I went to leave and was stopped by the rest of the gang out front, and Mad Jack off to the side. He said that he wanted me to follow him Me and the rest of the members of the gang continued to say no, that I should leave. Jack insisted, so I followed him. We went to a barn inside of Van Horn. From there, Jack started to show me fingers that he kept on him. He had two at the time. One was Mr. Gambino's finger. The other was Mrs. Pickett's.
He said them by name?
Yes.
And was anybody else present when Mad Jack admitted this to you?
The rest of the Van Horn gang.
Understood. Please continue. Thank you.
As this continued on, I asked if I could get one of the fingers back. I knew that Winnie Joe was quite upset after this torture. I wanted to see if there was any way I could help her ease her mental burden. He said that I would need to trade if that were to happen. He then took my wrist, put it on a table, and held a cleaver above it, smiling. And he then took the cleaver, placed it hard down on the table next to my hand, laughed, and let me go.
How did that laugh sound to you?
Menacing.
Like a very long laugh or just short and to the point?
Short and like it was a fun game.
And he was still holding the cleaver, looking at you at that time, right?
He was.
Mr. Turner, do you often have interactions with people like this?
Mostly, it's been the Van Horn gang. They've reached out to me in the past, and for a long while, it was kept very civil. They would tell me of their interactions, their sides of things, and I would then leave afterwards. They had done things to other people, even in front of me, but my safety was assured until this moment.
I understand. When you say you got your first telegram, who sent you the telegram?
I believe that was Kaz Cutter, but I cannot be sure.
I understand. A long time ago, right?
Yeah.
Have you been back since then?
To Van Horn? No.
And why wouldn't you go back?
I felt that there was, I felt it was dangerous in Van Horn, being inside their town.
Their town, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Of course.
How you doing, Mr. Turner?
Doing all right.
So, when you usually went to Van Horn, who is it you usually spoke to?
This was the first time I'd actually been in the town.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes.
When you dealt with the Van Horn gang, where did you meet them, or who did you meet and where?
There were 2 times before this where I'd met them at my place of work at Flatneck Station. I was contacted by Bruiser and on another time by Black Burke.
Okay. And was the whole gang there, or just one of them?
The first incident had Bruiser and Burke. The next incident, again at Flatneck, was Bruiser, Burke, and Kaz Cutter. the time at Van Horn was Kaz, Burke, Jack, Boozer, and I can't say for sure if that was Tommy or a woman by the name of Laura, but there was another woman there.
Mm-hmm. And the first 2 times you say were perfectly civil?
They were civil to me. The second time they shot down a man in front of me.
And the third time, I believe it was going all right as well, until Mr. Jack decided to show you something.
That's right.
Thank you for that.
When Mr. Jack had his conversation, what do you think his demeanor was? Or his attitude was like?
In a way, it was both serious, yet his tone
I'm going
was
to let a lot of this
playful.
go, FYI.
I know. I'm just sorry it's habit.
No, you're good. You're doing fine.
Do you think he really would have taken your finger?
In an instant.
Promise I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Now, why do you go up to the Van Horn gang? Surely you know they are dangerous people. Are you that hungry for a story?
Your Honor, what's the relevance of this?
I'm trying to establish if Jack is a dangerous person or not, or if he's psychotic.
I think you've already admitted that he is.
Well, I know he's dangerous. I'm just trying to figure out if he's psychotic.
Hey, is Mr. Turner a expert witness in this field?
No.
Then any questions you ask of him will not be considered expert witness testimony.
No problem. Well, Mr. Turner, thank you for your testimony.
Of course.
Your Honor, that's all I have for Van Horn v. Lemoyne.
All right. Is anyone in need of a brief few-minute recess before we move on?
We've been going for 45 minutes. It's really not that bad.
No? All right. Go ahead, Mr. Jefferson.
Okay.
Your Honor, I will have a large amount of witnesses for murder of Carl Evans. I believe Marshalls versus Van Horn, where I only have 4, I think would be proper until we can have another break.
All right. So you're suggesting that your next witnesses will be called in relation to the case file marked Marshalls v. Van Horn?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
The first marshal that I'll be calling is Marshal Theo Ford.
The Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Your Honor, witness has been sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. I think you've heard the instructions, so I'll save you that.
Marshal Theo Ford, how are you, sir?
I'm well, sir. Thank you.
Can you tell me your current occupation?
Yes, sir. I am the Chief U.S. Marshal, U.S. Marshal Service of West Arlington.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been a U.S. Marshal for a few years after sending a long tenure of being a sheriff of West Elizabeth.
Can you tell me what the primary function, like the number one thing that a marshal is responsible for?
Establishing law and order within the territory of West Arlington and New Austin.
Thank you. What's your, excuse me, let me rephrase. On the 22nd of July, 10 p.m., can you tell me, or excuse me, on the 22nd of July, can you tell me what you and the other deputies were responding to in town of Van Horn?
Myself and my deputy marshals were conducting an investigation. This investigation was centered around a few reports, but primarily the murder of Carl Evans. We had led a patrol out of Saint Denis up to Valentine, stopped by our office at Fort Wallace, and then proceeded to the destination of Van Horn.
What was your intention when you arrived there?
See who was around, investigate the area, and see if any of the members of the Van Horn gang were present.
This incident occurred well after the incident where the Lemoyne County deputies and one of your U.S. Marshals was shot down on the hill above the town, correct?
Correct, sir. Some time had passed by, but we most definitely did not forget about it.
Very good. Did you happen to make contact with anybody when you arrived in town?
Just outside of town, I was approached by, at first, 4 or 5 members of the Van Horn gang.
You recall their names?
The main one up front was a larger gentleman by the name of Kaz Cutter. He was accompanied by a man named Jill, who later was known as Jack Jackson, as well as Tommy Carver and I believe Mr. Burke, if I'm not mistaken. After the conversation proceeded, Bruiser ended up joining in on the conversation as well.
How many marshals were with you?
Myself and 4 marshals.
Okay. What was the conversation like with Mr. Jack Jackson?
Jack, or Jill, as he was identified as at the time, was not leading much of the conversation. The conversation was primarily myself and Mr. Cutter. Jack only chimed in when I directly spoke to him in regards to the murder of Carl.
So, what were his statements in regards to the murder of Carl Evans?
I spoke directly as to why he did it, told him that what they did was not justified. He went into detail regarding why he did it, which was something about Carl mouthing off to him, which was then solidified by Bruiser's statement, asking me what I would have done if someone had come into my neck of the woods or my home and, I quote, pissed on my carpet. I told them I would have kicked them out of my house and not murdered them.
So is it your belief maybe that they are validating what they did?
Attempting to, yes, sir.
Very good. And did Jack make a direct statement that his involvement in the murder of Carl Evans?
When posed with the question of why he did it, he acknowledged that he did it and answered the question, again, stating that Carl had mouthed off to him.
And how many marshals were in earshot of you, to your knowledge?
I had them posted just behind me on the hill, so all 4.
Marshal Ford, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Williams.
Marshal Ford, how are you?
I am well, sir, and yourself?
Not bad. So Jack was, do you believe Jack could have been bragging when he made that statement?
Perhaps in his own way. That's very possible.
Because it was at the time when you went up, there was no actual proof that he harmed Carl Evans.
Only by admission in my eyes, and the others around him also acknowledging this fact, giving me probable cause to enter the town and make an arrest.
As is your right. But again, obviously, Jack can say and do what he likes as the First Amendment. As the First Amendment, has free speech. So, he could say he landed on the moon for all he cares. Is that not correct?
That is correct, I suppose.
But it did give you enough probable cause, you believe. Do you think you may have stereotyped the Van Horn gang at this juncture?
Not in the slightest.
Okay, no further questions, Marshal.
Your Honor, I've got nothing else for Marshal Ford at this time.
All right, Mr. Ford, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Marshal Hamblin, if you can stick around that area there, I'll be calling you next.
Senior Deputy Marshal Ren Hamlin, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hamlin. You may take your seat.
Marshal Hamblin, how are you?
Good.
Let me ask you, were you with Marshal Ford when y'all contacted the Van Horn gang just out on the outskirts of Van Horn?
I was there with him, not up in the front, but present.
Okay. Did you hear any type of statements that were made by Mr. Jack Jackson?
Could hear bits and pieces.
Okay, can you tell me what you heard?
To my remember, when Theo was asking him questions similar to, as he stated, it was, what were your reasons? They believed it was justified simply because a man was insulting them for actions they took.
Mr. Jefferson, just to clarify, we are examining the case of the Marshal's Service versus Lemoyne.
Yes,
versus Van Horn gang.
Yes, Your Honor, and this is foundational in regards to the final case, which is murder of Carl Evans.
All right.
It's all tied together, unfortunately. All right, so did you hear who made that statement, or were you kind of in and out of the conversation while you were watching your surroundings?
In and out. I was more so watching the surroundings.
Okay, so you did not see who actually made that statement?
No.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor, for Marshal Hamblin.
Mr. Williams?
No, I can leave the cross-examination to be the same question. You know, if you didn't hear Mr. Jackson, then that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Hamlin. I suppose there are no further questions for you.
Your Honor, prosecution will call Marshal Caleb Madsen for the same Marshal v. Van Horn.
Very good. Mr. Madsen, you're still present?
He is, Your Honor.
Wonderful. I don't think you need to be re-sworn in. We'll just take your prior oath as a continuance.
Yeah, I'm still under oath.
Good.
And Your Honor, just for clarity, he is going to be a witness in all three of these incidents.
All right.
Mr. Madsen, were you present at that time of the conversation that occurred between Marshal Ford?
In and out. Folks moving around a bit, and we was moving around in the woods a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Did you see who made the statement?
I couldn't see who made it. You know, we was looking more towards where everyone else was.
Good. Did you hear any of the pieces that were coming from the statement?
I did hear some of the references to being because he had said something or mouthed off to someone. That was just cause.
Thank you, Marshal
Something
Madsen.
along them lines.
Your Honor, that's all I have for Marshal Madsen for this incident.
So, Marshal Madsen, just to clarify though, are you telling me 100% that you can identify that it was my client that said that?
Nope.
No, that ain't what I said.
Okay, that's all.
All right, Your Honor, the last I have is a
no further questions for Mr. Madsen? No redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Madsen.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'll be calling Marshal Robert Waters.
Mr. Waters present?
No, Your Honor, he is not. Do believe he did submit a deposition, though.
All right,
Do we have that on file?
I'll have to verify that, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a 5-minute recess, Your Honor. I'd request to locate that.
I'll look
Anyway,
forward
go
to it.
ahead.
I
Court
think it's in
will
the
now
second
be
step
in
of the
recess. We will reconvene 5 minutes past the hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Psych evaluation.
No one is permitted to leave the courtroom. If you do so, you will not be able to welcome back in. Thank you.
Motion for sign. Subpoena.
Where's that? Where do I do that at?
A copy.
Miss Jefferson, could you, do a little more objecting and liven this up a little bit? Good Lord, I'm about to fall asleep.
Marshall Ford, I've been trying.
I think the more I let him talk, the more I win this case.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was on the prosecution or the defense there for a minute.
Oh my God.
Marshall Ford, is Nathan Daniels in the courtroom?
No, I do not believe so.
No.
All right, and who got him medical treatment?
This was for Marshalls versus Van Horn, correct?
That's correct. The 2 attempted murders.
I believe he was brought back in by the Marshals
I won't use the chamber
because a few West Elizabeth deputies had gone around that area
I'll hold it in.
and were
I'll
shot
hold
down. They were brought back into Saint Denis by the Marshals, and I telegrammed for any medical.
Okay, I will be calling you.
Staff that was Piper and Apollo.
What are you looking at? Everyone pees.
Also, Miss Jefferson, I'm not sure what your angle is here, but you did not question us in regard to the shootout that occurred.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm going to talk to Annabelle
Is anyone in
about
need
that.
of any refreshments, food or water?
Okay.
You were
Can I
present
have
for
some
that,
water,
correct, Annabelle?
Deputy Cambrian?
Annabelle was not there. She was there for the
I was not
aftermath.
for the shootout. I was instructed by Deputy
Oh,
Marshal
wait, you
Waters
actually
that
have
if
one on you?
gunshots started firing, I was to travel to Annesburg
human beings
and basically
that need to
telegram
urinate
any jurisdictions, letting them know that we may need help.
Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can recall Marshall Ford.
Okay.
So the two attempted murder charges do not have anything to do with don't have anything to do with Marshals going down, correct?
None of us
Well, they shot
This
at
isn't
the
whiskey,
Marshals.
is it?
Right.
This isn't just pretend.
That's what
They
the
shot
charges
at
were
us that day. None
yeah.
of us went down.
I don't actually drink, Deputy Cambrian. Okay,
All
perfect.
right, sorry, there's a lot going on around me right now.
No, you're fine.
Thank
You're
you.
fine.
So the 2 downed individuals were both West Elizabeth Sheriff's deputies.
Correct.
Yes.
And you can testify to that,
I
correct, Ms.
can.
Grimm?
Yeah,
Okay.
I identified them. Yes.
All right, as far as the shootout, I'll see if I can get you back on the stand and see if we can go through that and kind of finish off that situation. I don't think it really gives us anything other than the obstruction is in regards to the shootout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, good. Yep. I mean, honestly, I don't think we're in any trouble with the obstruction.
Well, they did shoot at us first.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, just a whole bunch right now, and
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're
I
fine.
didn't even have
Just
Harry.
thought I'd remind you.
He was subpoenaed, but I didn't even have Harry Douglas on my or Harry Turner on my list. I looked back and saw that crazy looking son of a bitch behind me and realized I better get him up there.
But Roberts and Black are not here. However, they did supposedly submit in deposition.
Yeah, I think pretty much the same thing that I have for. They're not going to say anything different than what y'all said, which I would need them to identify for the attempted murder and the obstruction. And then obviously tie in with the Carl Evans things. But honestly, when I get these 3 other sons of bitches up there, plus the 2 other witnesses that I have, Crimson Delgado and Mia Moore, then I think we're fine on the murder as well.
Yeah. As far as the attempted murder, when it comes to the Marshalls versus Van Horn, I obviously did identify Jack, and Jack was one of the ones shot down, which is why he is in custody today.
Okay, very good.
Am I also going to be needed for the murder of Carl Evans one?
Yes, I have you on that
Okay.
list because you collected statements and you were involved in discussions with me
All
and
right,
more,
perfect.
correct?
Yeah. Well, I collected the statement from Crimson Delgado. It was Waters who collected the statement from me and Moore.
Okay, but Marshall Hamblin, you were involved in the collection of both of those?
Not the Mia Moore.
Okay.
Just the Crimson Delgado.
Very good. All right, well, we'll get this shit squared away. I mean, I'm probably going to lose the 2 aggravated batteries, to be honest with you, where the deputies were shot down, being that nobody could identify them. Maybe if the judge takes it to where I tied them into the mayhem, kidnapping, and torture, we can be okay with that.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm not asking people to lie and say something they didn't see.
No, that's fine. Understandable.
As far as the Marshall v. Van Horn thing, I want to make sure those 2 West Elizabeth deputies are taken care of. All right.
I guess.
You switching sides?
You too, Mr. Williams.
Court is now back in session. Please stand.
Keep your seats. Keep your seats. Mr. Jefferson, what has the prosecution concluded?
Unable to locate the statement from Marshall Roberts. Is that correct, Ms. Sanders? Ms. Sanders?
Yeah. Yes. No. We were unable to locate the testimony at this time.
That's no problem, Your Honor. We can move forward.
Someone did interview him, though?
Access to some of the Marshall files. I couldn't see them.
Yeah, we'll just. It's a paperwork issue. I do apologize that he is on the witness list and he's not going to be called. But
all right.
Can you keep looking for that, Ms. Sanders?
Yep, we'll do.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to recall Marshall Ford if I might be allowed to.
Yeah, I believe you are.
Marshall Ford, I do apologize for getting you back up here. I was on a point, and sorry, it just kind of went past me. But at the conclusion of the statements that were made to you, I mean, how did that situation end?
I told them that they should turn themselves in for the murder of Carl, considering the admission of guilt that they provided me vocally. They overall denied and told me that I would have to shoot them in the back as they walked away back into their town. After they walked away, I returned to my marshals, told them absolutely everything that I had heard, and that we had enough probable cause to go in and make an arrest, but told them that considering their numbers and their defensive stature within the town, it would be very difficult and very risky, life-threatening even. I asked them their opinion, and they all agreed that they were there, we were here, and it was time to do our job.
All right. Go ahead, please continue.
As we slowly entered the town with our guns holstered, we pushed in towards the beach of Van Horn from the northern side, the side on Annisburg. And before any words could be spoken, we were fired upon by the folks inside. Then we returned fire and a shootout occurred that lasted, I would say, roughly 45 minutes to an hour.
Really? What was the results of the shootout?
5 marshals standing, at least 3 Van Horn gang incapacitated, and the others on the run.
What were the 3 Van Horn gang members that were incapacitated in this shootout?
Well, the 3 that we initially had secured throughout the shootout was Jack Jackson, a Roland Jones, and I believe a man by the name of Dandy.
They received medical treatment?
After we were able to secure all three and clear the area, we took all three upon the back of our horses, and they were taken to Saint Denis doctor's office where they were treated.
And was Mr. Jackson taken into custody for his crimes?
Yes, sir.
Has he been in custody since that incident?
Yes, sir.
Has he been given bail?
No, sir.
Thank you, Marshal Ford.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Ford, just to clarify, you said a 45-minute shootout?
Roughly, yes, sir.
That's a long time.
I don't have
Indeed, it is.
The
And
marshals don't let me in their filing cabinet.
you know, I
so
don't
know if it's in there or not.
use guns too often, but you must have went through a lot of ammunition during that firefight.
No, sir.
No?
Didn't take much to put all 8 of them down. Or at least scare them away.
So you just kinda... And you're saying they fired first as well?
They did indeed.
And you entered the town without your guns drawn as well?
We were approaching the town with our guns out.
Oh.
To our sides. Not aimed. And as we approached, cautiously and carefully, we were fired upon.
I believe a minute ago you said your guns were holstered as you entered the town.
No, sir, you did not hear me accurately. They were to our side.
The court reporter, please. What was said previously?
They were to his side.
No, when Mr.
No, before that, Mr. Jefferson was questioning him.
When Mr. Jefferson questioned him how he entered the town.
Let me see here. Yes, it was holstered.
So did you have your guns out or showing a
They
hostile
were
threat? Or
holstered to the side.
Oh, it's just a bit of a difference, that's all, so. No further questions.
Small redirect, John.
You may.
Marshal Ford, what was your intention when you went into the town?
To arrest Jack Jackson for the murder of Carl Evans.
Did you go in there to kill Jack Jackson?
No, I went to detain him.
Is it standard practice to walk up to somebody who you're going to arrest with a gun pointed at them?
It is not standard practice to do that, and my gun was not pointed at him.
Okay, so unless the defense has something else they would like to question, I'm done. I think he's made his point very clear.
Mr. Williams?
I would like to clarify that I was not saying the gun was pointed at him. However, if there is such a violent criminal that you are going to apprehend, do you have your guns drawn when you are going to make an arrest or detain someone, Marshal Ford?
In this case, when 5 marshals are approaching 8 armed individuals, we will approach with our guns out. Yes.
And that would be the case for any other individual that could be a threat to civilian life or yourselves.
Yes, I would agree.
Thank you.
Your Honor, no need for anything else for Marshal Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I have another crossover witness between the murder of Carl Evans and the Marshals Marshall v. Van Horn.
All right, go ahead.
Marshal Annabelle Grimm.
Miss Grimm, if you could place your left hand over this Bible and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Witness has been sworn in.
Hello, Miss Grimm.
Hello.
What's your current occupation, please?
I am the secretary for the U.S. Marshals of West Arlington, New Austin, sir.
Are you a sworn marshal?
Negative, sir. Just their secretary.
But you're just not sitting around, correct? You're heavily involved in the operation.
Heavily involved, sir.
Right. So I'm seeing medical reports that are involved in this case. Could you tell me what the nature of these are?
In regards to
There's a medical
Marshals
report.
versus Van Horn?
Yes, that's correct. For a Nathan Daniels.
Yes, Deputy Sheriff Nathan Daniels of West Elizabeth.
Also Josiah Matthews.
Yes, he is also a deputy in West Elizabeth, sir.
And Tony Romero.
Tony Romero was the individual who goes by Dandy. He was one of the individuals shot down by the marshals as he was down there with the Van Horn individuals.
Okay, can you tell me what those two deputies were doing in Van Horn?
Yes, sir. So, before we headed out to Van Horn, Deputy Marshal Robert Waters instructed me to leave the area if any gunfire had started. He told me that I was to travel to Annisburg, telegram New Hanover, Lemoyne, and West Elizabeth to let them know that shots were being fired in Van Horn, and that I would keep them updated on the situation that was ongoing.
Okay, how do you have knowledge of these two deputies?
The marshals. Leroy Freeman, Sheriff Freeman of West Elizabeth. He came into Saint Denis. I had traveled back there with Deputy Sheriff B. Vernon of New Hanover. Freeman came up to us and let us know that they had traveled around that area. 2 of his deputies had been shot down, and they were unable to locate them at that time. The marshals brought these deputies back into Saint Denis to get them medical treatment, and I identified them both visually.
What were the injuries that these deputies sustained?
They had been shot,
that you were
sir.
aware of. Okay, thank you. Both of them had been shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were speaking with Sheriff Freeman, were they responding in reference to the call for the help from the marshals?
They were, yes. I believe there may have been some slight miscommunication in the telegrams. They were told not to go to Van Horn, just kind of be around in case they were needed. And I believe that they were met just outside Van Horn.
Have you had any ability to find out the status of those deputies at this point?
To my knowledge, sir, they are both back and on duty. They are healthy.
Very good. What about Mr. Dandy?
I am unknown of his current condition, sir.
Got you. Ms. Grimm, is there anything else with this situation that you helped coordinate?
I did reach out to any medical officials to get treatment for the 3 people who had been shot down in Van Horn and the 2 deputies from West Elizabeth.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Grimm.
Thank you.
Evening, Ms. Grimm.
Hello, sir.
In the telegram, all you were told to do was telegram if you heard shots from Van Horn. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. Deputy Marshal Robert Waters. He had instructed me to leave the area as soon as any shots were fired. This is kind of custom for any shootouts that may occur when I am with the marshals at that time.
And Mr. Robert Waters and yourself were at Van Horn or near Van Horn at the time, correct?
Yes, sir. I was up on the hill with the marshals. However, I was behind them.
Okay. And how many you telegrammed all the different sheriff departments when you were instructed to do so?
Yes, I telegrammed, I believe it was Sheriff Guinevere Bellevue. I telegrammed Sheriff Leroy Freeman, and I telegrammed Deputy Sheriff B. Vernon.
Okay, and how long before you got a response from any of the sheriffs?
Deputy Sheriff B. Vernon telegrammed me back almost immediately and asked if I was alone in Annesburg, which I confirmed. And she told me that she would be on her way to come and collect me and bring me to Saint Denis, because Saint Denis was likely safer.
Okay. And the shots that you heard in Van Horn, were you able to identify who fired these shots?
I was not able to identify these shots, but I did see the direction that these shots came from.
But you don't know who fired first, or
No, sir.
or even who fired them.
No, sir. As I said, I saw the direction that the shots came from, and I was aware of where the marshals were situated at that time, but I was not able to see any of the shooters.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, nothing further for Miss Grimm. I'll probably call her later on for the murder of Carl Owens.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, the next witness is involved in both of these again. I think I can ask him questions for this previous situation and then start off in the next one. And if you'd be interested in the recess you were talking about, that'd probably be a good time. Sorry, Your Honor. We got a doctor in here. Dr. McAllister?
Yes.
You want to go check on the magistrate?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
No problem.
Okay, never mind.
I concluded the examination of Miss Annabelle Grimm. The next witness that I would call would be a witness for this incident and also the murder of Carl Evans, so we can roll right into that. And then if you'd be interested in that recess.
All right, go ahead.
And call Sheriff Leroy Freeman, West Elizabeth Sheriff's Department.
Left hand placed on the Bible,
What's
right
up, buddy?
hand raised. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you
It's
God?
going okay, man. We're doing all right. Didn't get everything I wanted, but we're okay.
One more time for the record, please.
I do.
Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Thanks for swinging by.
Go ahead.
Nice, man. Glad to hear it. Outstanding, buddy. Sheriff Freeman, where are you currently employed?
West Elizabeth Sheriff's Department.
Okay, and you are the sheriff. How long have you been in that position?
Roughly a little bit over a month.
All right, and you received a telegram from Annabelle Grimm requesting a standby or assistance in an operation the marshals were conducting in Van Horn, correct?
Correct.
And yourself and what other deputies responded with you?
Deputy Sheriff Nathan Daniels and Deputy Josiah Matthews, along with Deputy Jenny Cato.
All right, and out of those deputies, when you responded to that location, how many were injured?
2 of my deputies were injured.
Were there any statements made to you by anyone involved in the Van Horn gang?
No.
Okay, buddy, no problem. All right. How did were they separated from you at the time?
It was that night. I recall it was very foggy. They were supposed to be riding with me. We were not supposed to go into the town of Van Horn. We were going to position outside until we got further instruction, see if we need assistance. I didn't receive the telegram. Soon after, I had left. That wanted us to stay out, but that was afterwards. Since it was foggy that night, my 2 deputies were separated from me, and at some point, I was told they were put down.
What were the injuries that you were made aware of when you spoke with them?
Deputy Sheriff Daniels had received a hard shot from a shotgun, I believe, to his shoulder. Josiah Matthews had been shot point blank with a shotgun and put into a coma. Yeah, he was messed up for a while.
Are those deputies both back to work?
They're both back to work now. Yes.
That's good to hear. What about Deputy Jenny Cato?
She was not injured. She stayed outside of town, found me, and then we retreated to Saint Denis. Later on, the marshals did bring my 2 deputies to me.
Very good. Sheriff Freeman and Your Honor, I'm going to transition over to murder of Carl Evans at this point.
I would ask if the defense has a wish to cross-examine based upon the earlier questions before we proceed.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. So in the Marshals versus Van Horn, Sheriff, I just have a couple questions. Did you ever see my client during this incident?
Afterwards, in the medical room.
Afterwards, can you explain?
I believe he was one of the ones shot down and brought in.
But you never seen him cause any harm to anyone, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you see any of the other gang during your time during this incident in Van Horn?
No, I did not.
So in other words, you had quite a lovely time in Van Horn.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I did not.
Okay, that's all.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
I can't.
Go ahead.
No, if you hit, go ahead.
I was just getting ready to transition. If you had something you wanted to add.
No, you may go ahead and question the witness regarding the murder of Mr. Carl Evans.
Sheriff Freeman, what were you doing the night? What were you doing on the night of July 22nd, 1898? Were you and other deputies performing a prisoner transport at that time?
Yes.
Who was the prisoner you were transporting?
I will have to go back and look at my notes there in my cabinet.
That's no problem at all.
If you give me a moment.
Please.
I believe it was one Texas Red.
All right. And while you were doing that transport, did something unusual happen that caught your attention?
As we were doing the transport, we're always making sure that no one's trying to ride up and get any prisoners out of the wagon. So as we were about to get out of the wagon and transfer the inmate to the boat, we then seen, I want to say, 4 riders approach via the tracks.
All right.
Right.
Were these riders armed?
They were.
Like weapons out in their hand?
They were.
Held up in the air, maybe?
Yes, they were.
Enough to be a threat to you, was what you were perceiving?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay, what did you do from there?
At that point, I told my deputies to stand ready, position themselves, but do not approach. And if any shots were fired, to return fire.
Okay. Did you approach those individuals?
We did not. We kept guard of the prisoners. However, we kept watch of them with our weapons out, not yet pointed. And then we heard a shot.
All right. What did you tell your deputies to do next?
We heard the shot, but then we seen that they were retreating, so no one returned any fire. Once we saw that, we figured that they were using that shot for attention, and they took off. We ran in that direction, and at that point, we found a body.
Were you able to identify that body?
I was not, but someone very shortly rode up behind them. I believe it was a Crimson Delgado was her name, and she identified the body to be Carl Evans.
Okay, did she make any statements to you about who might have caused the death of Mr. Carl Evans?
She did.
And what was that?
That the members that had rode up were the people that had rode up were members of the Van Horn gang.
Okay, and just to clarify, did Miss Delgado individually identify anybody involved in that, or was it strictly the Van Horn gang?
Strictly Van Horn gang.
Understood. What did you do from there?
From there, we made sure the body got somewhere where it could be checked, made sure we got some medical, and then we informed the county we were in, which was Lemoyne.
Is there anything else you'd like to add, Sheriff?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I have nothing further for Sheriff Freeman.
Mr. Williams.
Sheriff Freeman. When you encountered the body, what, in your opinion, was the state of the body? Was the man dead or alive?
He was dead.
He was dead then and there?
Yes.
Your Honor, I think any more specifics would not be in this witness's wheelhouse.
No, I can accept that.
Carry on then.
And you then, can you just confirm, what did you do after that? Again, did you continue to take Texas Red to Sisika and then take the body to Saint Denis?
We broke off at that point. A couple deputies went to take the prisoner to Sisika, and the rest went to take the body to the doctor's office.
And then you reported the incident as per.
Holy
That's correct.
Hey,
Okay.
Thank you very much for the
But you could not identify
Holy shit.
who the members were in the Van Horn gang, correct?
More holy
I could
shit
not.
coming.
They were a good ways away.
All right. No further questions.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for the Sheriff at this time.
Holy shit!
Well, Mr. Freeman, you're excused from the stand.
Thank you very much for those guests. Really, really appreciate that.
Holy shit!
Your Honor, the territory would like to call Crimson Delgado.
Go right ahead.
Congrats to Caliana Bellaboo, Summoner.
Miss Delgado, if you would place your left hand upon the Bible and raise your right hand, please.
For those subs, is graciously gifted by what
do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And one more time for the record.
I do.
Thank you. Please make sure you're speaking loud enough. Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
I believe I am shouting.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Please speak nice and slowly as well for our reporter.
Hello, Miss Delgado.
Howdy.
Where do you currently reside?
I've been staying in Saint Denis.
Okay. And what's your occupation?
I work security.
Who do you work security for?
At the moment, the Bastille, I was working for Gilded Shield until they kind of fell apart.
Where is Gilded Shields? I mean, I'm pretty familiar with all the bars and the, dance halls and stuff like that. Where's that at?
Oh, that was a security company.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, maybe I'm not as familiar as I thought. All right. How do you know Carl Evans?
I worked with him at the Bastille for a while.
Know him pretty well then.
Mm-hmm.
And how did you come to know that he was somebody who had been shot at that time? Let me rephrase that, Your Honor. Ms. Delgado, how do you know that he was somebody who had become incapacitated?
Because I was there when it happened.
So you observed it?
I didn't see it directly because I was turned around.
Okay, and
But I heard it.
where were you at when it happened?
The saloon in Van Horn.
Okay. And did you hear any of the conversation leading up to it?
Yes.
And
I was standing right next to it.
Okay. Could you tell me what the conversation entailed?
It was me trying to make a deal with him to keep peace in Saint Denis, and Carl started mouthing off to them.
Do you recall what he said?
Not entirely.
Was
It
Mr.
has been a while.
Okay. Was Mr. Evans given a warning or anything?
No.
Did you see anyone approach Mr. Evans?
I did see Dick step towards him.
Who was that individual?
Jack Jackson.
Do you,
Mad Jack.
do you see Jack Jackson in the courthouse?
Yes.
Where's he sitting at right now?
Right next to Mr. William Williams.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't actually see an assault on the person, or you heard the assault? I mean, can you clarify that for me?
Yes, they made me turn and face the bar while Carl was cut up.
How do you know that he was cut up?
Have you heard the sound of a meat cleaver against skin?
I have not.
Yes, I have.
I'd like to hear your description of it, though.
It is metal against flesh. A very distinct sound.
How long did this take to get done?
It was over in seconds.
Were there any comments made by Mr. Jack Jackson afterwards?
Not that I can recall.
When's the last time you saw Carl Evans alive?
That day before he got sliced up.
I know this is difficult for you, Miss Delgado. Why did you go out searching? Did you see them removing a body?
That was when they said I could leave after we had reached a compromise.
Oh, okay.
And I was headed back to Saint Denis.
And the compromise was about your original objective for being in the saloon?
Yes.
So after Mr. Jackson sliced up and murdered someone in the bar, they went right back to business?
What else was I supposed to do in that situation?
No, I feel for you. Don't misunderstand me. You're trying to save your life, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But not Carl's.
Sorry, say that again, Mr. Jackson.
I said not Carl's. Couldn't protect Bastille. Couldn't protect Carl.
No,
Mr. Jackson?
I'd ask for order, Your Honor.
Well, if Mr. Jackson wishes to continue his statements, he may.
Yeah, he'll get his opportunity to come up here and spout off his foolishness.
We will have order then, Mr. Jackson. No further outbursts from you, thank you. Go ahead.
Miss Delgado, do you think it's warranted, in your personal opinion, that somebody gets killed because they make a statement like that?
No. No.
Carl Evans a hardworking man?
He was, yes.
Yeah, people that loved him?
He did. He still does.
Well, he's gone. And Jack's here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further, Your Honor, from Miss Delgado.
Ms. Williams.
Can we get a recess?
Oh,
soon?
sorry.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Please.
Yep.
Miss Delgado.
Howdy.
So, howdy. How are you today?
Could be better.
So you were going to see the Van Horn gang to broker a deal?
Yes.
And you and Carl Evans were both meant to attend, is that correct?
Yes. But due to unfortunate timing, he showed up a bit later.
Okay. And from what you've just said, you never actually witnessed the event, is that correct?
I made that pretty clear.
As far as seeing it, no. But hearing it, it's still...
Yes, but I've heard gunshots, Miss Delgado. It doesn't, doesn't mean to say I know who fired them. Wouldn't you agree?
That is a fair point.
And how many other people were in the bar at the time of Carl Evans' murder?
At least 7.
7 people? And you were not looking at the victim in question when this event took place?
Your Honor,
No.
this is repetitive. I think this has been made clear by me, and now he's just hammering it home.
The point has been established, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Your Honor. And when you tried to leave when Carl Evans was on the grounds, were you allowed to leave the bar?
Once we finished our compromise, yes.
And were you held there against your will?
What the fuck is he asking this for?
Unfortunately, because I was unarmed.
Well,
and they all were.
Did you ask to leave?
Your Honor, I object again. We could add charges if he'd like to add charges, but this is not something that is relevant at all to this situation. She's already made it clear.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is there is a man who could still possibly be alive lying on the floor, and
You think
there was
that?
There was no attempt made to try and leave.
Your Honor, can you make a ruling on that, please, before he continues to testify?
Mr. Williams, your questions will be relevant to the case going forward, please.
Well, Mr. Delgado, thank you for your time.
Not a problem.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Ms. Delgado at this time, and I would like that I skipped over the break that you had initially intended. I'd request a 10-minute recess.
Thank you. Will there be further witnesses called after this recess?
Yes, Your Honor. A fair amount.
All right, then we will have a 10-minute recess. Same rules as before.
Good job, William. You doing all right?
Not really.
Yep, it'll be fine. Okay. You still do you still do your business up there in Saint Denis?
Yeah, I'm actually looking to start my own company soon, so.
All right. How long did you work with Carl?
Just shortly after I got into state.
All right.
Just about May-ish.
Now, don't think that the two of you in a group of 7 people will think that you would have done something that you would have survived.
Exactly. I don't understand why he asked those questions. Uncalled for.
Well, his job is to cloud and confuse. That's all. He's just pretty bad at his job.
I can see that.
Well, works out good for us. We'll end up with a conviction most likely on this. Might not get all of this, but I'm gonna get Carl Evans.
I appreciate that.
All right. Well, if you need anything in the future, please reach out to the sheriff's deputies there in Des Moines or the marshal service or whatever, especially if you begin to get followed or anything like that. All right.
Will do.
I no longer have you as a schedule for a witness in anything else with this. I don't also know who's outside right now. And so it would probably be worth your while to stay in here.
All right. It's going to stay until the end anyways.
Yeah, you make your own decision there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Delgado.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Not the best case. I mean, I probably lost the ag battery in the Van Horn v. Lemoyne.
Yeah. Go ask, Shao. Go ask.
The attempted murder is going to be iffy because it's not ag battery. We had the obstruction because they refused. I think I've made that clear. We have the Winnie Joe stuff, the mayhem, the kidnapping, the torture. But really the only one that matters here, especially with all the other qualifiers that we have, is that we get the murder. And I have Crimson Delgado, who was present. I have Mia Moore, who was present. And then I have these 3 Van Horn gang members sitting over there on the bench who are most likely going to be throwing me some type of curveball, even after the statements that they rendered. So,
Baird, you looked very good up in that judge's seat earlier.
Yeah, way past my prime to be up there.
Well, no, I mean, I'm sure you could get Gertrude to give you foot rubs.
Well,
excuse me.
Gertrude really don't fucking exist. You know that, right?
Are you experiencing hallucinations, Jefferson?
No. I don't give 2 goddamn shits about women.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And who the hell was I seeing?
I got no fucking clue who you're seeing. You're drinking whatever the hell you're drinking.
Well,
but I have interest. I have interest that lie elsewhere.
Ah, very good, sir.
And right now they're lying with you there. How you doing?
Is it because I've gone to a different tailor, Jefferson?
No, you let your mustache grow out. That's all.
Oh, very good.
But all the 18-year-olds I've ever seen, that's a pretty strong mustache you got there, son.
You know I'm 32. I lied to you.
Yeah. All right, you're good. I ain't gonna let you get away with nothing out of this. I'm gonna give you some shit, even though I gave you a hell of a compliment earlier.
Jefferson, it brought a tear to Eddie's eye, and it definitely made me look at the ground a little bit. It meant a lot.
Well, even though you're a horrible piece of shit for leaving me, I'm real proud of you. You made your own place here.
I appreciate that, genuinely.
All
right. Before this gets any more sack, I'm gonna go and sit back down.
All right. Be careful. Make sure you think of sitting down the right way. If I catch you in her lap, that's gonna be a problem.
Well, in public maybe.
All right. All right. How we doing?
I'm fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep. Looking like we're probably gonna lose the ag battery.
Probably.
I would assume we have the mayhem. I would assume we have the kidnapping. I would assume we have the torture.
And the murder.
Attempted murder, not so sure about that. I think that should have been reduced down to ag battery until we had more evidence.
I would agree.
I think we had the obstruction being that the gunfight kicked off. But again,
yes.
There's no telling really. I mean, I think there's only one charge I'm chasing.
Jesus Christ.
There's only one charge that he admitted guilt to.
That's right. And I got 3 witnesses over here. Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
I'm going to call them, if you're able. I'm going to call them Bruiser Burke and Carver. And do you feel comfortable asking them to testify and reviewing their statements while they're doing it? I mean, you review them. I'm going to put them on the stand. If there's any type of
Oh,
difference in what they say versus what's on
yes.
that statement, just let me know.
Yeah. No, that's not a problem.
All right. Thank you.
Court is now in session.
Hey, you may keep your seats.
Your Honor, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I'm just making sure we're ready to proceed.
Yes, sir. I'd like to call Mia Moore to the stand.
Is Ms. Moore present?
One second, Your Honor. What is wrong with her? What is she doing that for? I did get a DM from Mia Moore. All right, Your Honor, I do have a statement I can read aloud for that. If the individual's not here in the court.
All right. Do you have a copy of that statement for myself?
Yep, I believe it is already attached to murder of Carl Evans.
Give me a minute to pull up this file then.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can't seem to find it offhand. Can I be please handed a specific copy? Miss Sanders, do you have a copy you could hand me?
I do. Give me just a moment.
Yes, please, may I also be handed a copy?
Of course. Yeah.
Oh, God damn it.
Jefferson, this is the statement in the murder of Carl Evans report.
Yeah, just pulling that up myself.
Your Honor, I gave you a copy of the reports during recess. It has a little label that says murder of Carl Evans, 1898.
I'm just trying to find the statement from Ms. Mia Moore.
Wait, what the fuck has happened here? Trial, Jack Jackson, boom.
Is there a specific section of this document?
I don't see
I
it
know
in
I
the
see
report.
statements from Freeman, from Josiah Matthews, Olin Barrow, Criminal Delgado, Annabelle Grimm. Is a statement from Miss Mia Moore in here somewhere?
There is, Your Honor. I've seen it. I'm trying to re-verify. I thought I had it out in front of me.
I'm sorry, Baird. I thought Clifford had this.
There's a supplemental report that was added onto this.
Baird.
Yes.
Towards the bottom of the Carl Evans file. It'll be updated information, Deputy Marshal Robert Waters. Updated statement, eyewitness Mia Moore.
All right, Your Honor, it is definitely at the bottom there of murder of Carl Evans. It is dated updated statement from eyewitness Mia Moore from Deputy Marshal Robert Waters, 22 July. Signed by Mia Moore at the bottom. It's just above the charges on the file there.
I'll give him copies. I have
Updated
the,
information from Deputy Marshal Robert Waters on 07/26/1898. Is that what it's titled?
I apologize. Just below that, updated statement from eyewitness Mia Moore from Deputy Robert Waters on 8/6/1898. One below that.
I don't seem to have a copy of that.
All right.
no, Your Honor, I apologize. I had the original report, not the amended report. I have a copy if I can approach the bench.
Please.
Jesus. That's just how it goes with Trellos, man. Like I'm in the marshal's office Trello now. I'm the only one that has access to that.
All right. Well, go ahead, Mr. Jefferson.
Your Honor, I just intend to read it aloud, word for word, as it says in the statement.
Okay.
Again, the title, updated statement from eyewitness Mia Moore from Deputy Marshal Robert Waters, 8/6/1898. 22 July, I received a telegram regarding meeting up at Van Horn to discuss matters regarding horse training. I showed up and met up with some of the members of the Van Horn gang. They showed me around the grounds, then continued back to have a glass in the saloon. In the saloon, Crimson had shown up to have a conversation with everyone. Carl showed up, what appeared to be late for this meeting of theirs. He entered the saloon and straight away started to mouth off to Mad Jack, who didn't appreciate being insulted. Mad Jack launched at him and sliced his chest until he fell down to the ground. Signed, Mia Moore.
Well, you may present your arguments about this piece of evidence.
Your Honor.
No, hold on, Mr. Williams. That was Mr. Jefferson. Sorry, you'll have your moment.
Your Honor, again, what we have here is obviously the witness is not in the courtroom. What I will say is this is an eyewitness that identified Mad Jack, saw Mad Jack rush Carl Evans and slice him up until he fell on the ground. This person gave a very direct statement. I think the court should definitely respect that.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Unless this testimony can be corroborated
Wait, what?
with other eyewitnesses, I believe that, it's hearsay as there's no way to fully vouch Mia Moore was there. Obviously, I believe Crimson Delgado was there.
Yeah, the argument for this is not valid. This person is an eyewitness to a situation, observed Miss Delgado there.
Mr. Jefferson, are you filing an objection or are you just making statements?
I made an objection, Your Honor. Maybe I spoke a little too soon.
What is the objection to?
An objection to him saying this is hearsay.
Well, he can say whatever he wants at this point.
Okay, well, that's my objection, that it's hearsay.
You're objecting that what he is saying is hearsay. Or are you objecting to the witness statement?
I'll stand up, Your Honor, so I can continue to be respectful. Your Honor, he's saying that the witness statement is hearsay. That is my objection.
All right, so you're objecting to his argument.
Again, yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. That's not what I expected here, but the objection is sustained. Mr. Williams, would you like to take another crack at making some arguments here, or is that it?
No, Your Honor. I'll cross-examine it later with a witness. Later.
All right. Well, this piece of evidence from Ms. Mia Moore will stand as is for now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next witness is going to be Marshal Theo Ford. Marshall Ford, when you just to kind of on your testimony earlier, were there any other individuals that you're aware of who was present inside during this murder?
When the marshals approached Van Horn and was confronted by various members, there were a few that did in fact acknowledge that they saw it happen when asked about the murder.
Can you identify who that was, please?
If I recall, it was Kaz Cutter and I believe Mr. Burke.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Marshall Ford. Okay, I got a little off base there.
Marshall Ford, though, in the murder of Carl Evans, though, again, just to clarify, you did not see
Are you
that happen.
okay?
I was not there. No, sir.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
all.
fine.
Okay, good. All right, thank you. That'll be all.
Thank you, Mrs. Ford.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to call, let me get his correct name.
Landon Burke.
Landon Burke, Your Honor.
Mr. Burke, you are present, yes?
I am present.
Very good. You will rise and be sworn in. You can forego putting your hands on anything.
Mr. Burke, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Witness has been sworn in. If you could have a seat here, sir.
Mr. Burke, were you present in the saloon in Valentine whenever Carl Evans was murdered?
I was not present in the saloon in Valentine.
Okay, so were you present at any location where Carl Evans was murdered?
I was present at a location where Carl Evans was assaulted.
Okay, and what was the assault? Please describe it.
I didn't see it.
How did you know it happened?
I heard it.
Okay, what did
I
it
saw a
sound
bloody cleaver on the ground.
What did it sound like to you?
Well, it sounded like a knife cutting into steak, I suppose.
Did you hear any argument leading up to it?
Yes. Yes, I heard this Carl insulting Jack. He used the words. Well, he used a lot of words. There were a lot of insults passed back and forth. But the final words he used were, "What was that, little leprechaun? I couldn't hear you from down there." That's
Okay.
when I heard those sounds.
All right. And did you participate in the removal of a body from that location a short time after that?
I did.
Where did y'all take the body to?
Well, I was asked to get a medical, so I had to SundanceRP on the road. And Law happened to be doing a Sisika transport. I was wanted at the time, so I was going to walk up to him, so I fired a shot up in the air and made sure they saw me. I set the fella down on the railroad tracks and I rode off.
Was he alive when you left him?
I never checked. I imagine he was if they told me to get a medical.
Was there anybody else around there that could have been the one that caused that sound that you heard other than Jack?
Well, I mean, Van Horn's a violent place for all violent people.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of voices, chorus of voices, warning the fella to change his tune.
Oh, by all means. Who were the other voices that were objecting to the conversation that he was having with Jack?
Well, Bruiser. want to say maybe a fellow named Roland. Pardon me. Although I'm in this gang, I'm not all that familiar with the majority of them.
What about Tommy Carver?
Tommy Carver was in the saloon with me. But she weren't speaking. She was closer to the blackjack table with me.
What's
If
the
you've been in...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just if you've been in the Van Horn Saloon, there's a wall that separates the main room from the back room. And against that wall, there is a table. That's where we were sitting.
All right. So, what's the reason you're in court today?
I was asked to give my witness statement on this case. Jack being accused of murdering Carl Evans.
Do you believe he is guilty of that?
Jack certainly has violent tendencies, but we all do. I don't believe he's any more guilty than anyone who stayed in Van Horn.
I'll buy that. You think he's responsible for his death?
Well, considering he asked me to get him medical attention.
You think he's directly responsible as the cause of his death?
I can't say I saw it with my own eyes, so I won't say I think he's directly responsible, no.
All right. For your testimony today, what have you been offered by the territory?
Plea deal.
Works out pretty good for your favor, right?
Maybe. That's to be seen.
Your Honor, I'd ask Ms. Sanders to advise what she's about his written deposition he submitted earlier.
Go
Your Honor,
ahead.
Your Honor, if you look at the first line of his written deposition, you'll notice that Mr. Burke stated very clearly and precisely that he witnessed Mr. Jackson, what he claims to be an assault on Carl Evans. The witness has directly perjured himself, stating that he did not observe Carl Evans while he's sworn on the stand today.
Mr. Burke?
Yes, sir.
Can you attest to the variances in your statements here versus what was written?
I stand by my words here. Variances I'm unaware of. I have no recollection of putting pen to paper. Why would I?
Did a Miss Bella Winslow interview you?
Interview me? No.
So the document I received today saying I, Landon Burke, watched Jack Jackson assault Carl Evans with a cleaver is a forgery?
Why would I write it if I were coming here in person?
Miss Winslow, did you interview Mr. Landon Burke today?
No, I received a written statement, which I then signed.
And who did you receive this from?
One Landon Burke.
And how did you receive it?
Through post.
And it was signed by him?
Correct?
Miss Sanders, can you please present a copy of this statement to Mr. Burke?
Absolutely.
Let me know when you have that in front of you, Mr. Burke. Is it in front of you now, Mr. Burke?
Yeah.
Is that your signature?
No.
So you are saying that this document is not of your own writing?
I did not put pen to paper. I have no reason to.
Your Honor, we'd ask this individual be removed from the stand, his plea deal nullified, and Also, some charges be added for this appearance in court today.
Objection.
What are you objecting to, Mr. Williams?
Clearly, there was a plea deal agreed, Your Honor. The man was to testify in court, and he has done so.
I believe we can.
The plea deal is up to the magistrate's office or the judiciary to approve or not you, Mr. or anyone else.
I understand, Your Honor, but I believe the terms were agreed. Or met, even.
I believe the
Your Honor,
wording
based
is.
on the best rules of evidence, the testimony is equal to what is stated under oath during a court trial, criminal or civil.
Yeah, I'm quite aware. So who wrote this statement then, Mr. Burke?
Well, how should I know?
Ms. Winslow, you said this was mailed to you directly?
Correct.
And it was addressed to you from Mr. Burke?
Correct.
All right. Mr. Hamlin, do you have a moment, if I could borrow you? Would you please get in contact with the warden down at Sisika to ensure that this letter was indeed sent from there?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. Mr. Burke, you will remain in custody for the time being, but will be removed from the stand at this point until this can be verified.
Thank you.
Mr. Jefferson, in the meantime, do you have another witness to call? We will address Mr. Burke's situation once we have a little bit more information.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll go ahead and pull the other two up and give them the same opportunity to perjure themselves as well.
Are you going to call a witness then,
Yeah,
Mr. Jefferson?
we'll call Tommy Carver.
All right. Mr. Carver, you'll be sworn in.
Miss Carver, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat. Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may have your seat.
Hello, Miss Carver. I see. Miss Carver, when you were at the saloon in Van Horn, did you see an altercation that occurred between Jack Jackson and Carl Evans? Your Honor, I'd like you to compel the witness to answer this question sometime.
I'm taking my time. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. I apologize.
I heard the incident, yes.
All right, I guess I'll have to get closer. Can you say that again, please?
I was there for the incident. I heard what happened.
You heard it, or you heard from other people telling you what happened?
I was present while it happened.
You saw it happen?
Not exactly.
Okay, well then, how did it happen?
There was arguing. There was a conversation going on about a deal. Mind you, I hadn't been staying in Van Horn for that long. A lot of the things being spoken about, I didn't understand. In my opinion, it wasn't my business. I was just there. And as Mr. Burke said, I was sticking close by him.
Okay.
But I heard arguing. Sorry.
Oh, you heard arguing. Go ahead. Sorry about it.
There was a lot of commotion and raised voices, so exact statements, especially now, are vague. But I do remember swearing and the insult at the end that was mentioned about the leprechaun.
What do you think about?
Sorry.
I'm sorry. We seem to be kind of off pace here. I'm going to let you finish. I'm sorry.
I'll make one more statement. Sorry. I could vaguely see there was a ruckus happening at the other end of the bar, but I didn't see somebody getting murdered.
Okay, but what did you see that made you think it was a ruckus? Were there people standing up? I mean, what led you to believe there was a ruckus?
There was a lot of movement I could see over there. People standing and moving aside. So, as you know, also town folk get a little bit ornery when things happen. People get loud.
What do you think about Jack Jackson?
I'm torn. He's been kind to me. But I know that he's been kind.
Does he have bad habits of doing things?
I mean, he does like people's fingers.
You've heard this or you've seen this?
We've all seen the fingers. He's very proud of his finger collection.
How many fingers does he have now?
Last time he was showing off the fingers, there were 2, I believe.
Did you see any weapon that was remaining on the scene after you did have an opportunity to see Mr. Evans' body?
As far as I was aware, I didn't know if he was alive or dead. I assumed he was alive. I didn't check. I did not see any weapon. There was a lot of blood.
Okay. Did you see Jack Jackson remove a meat cleaver from his coat and hold it to Mr. Evans?
No, everyone's backs were to me, and I was far away, so I didn't see him remove a cleaver. But he does carry a cleaver on his person.
Your Honor, inconsistencies in a written deposition. I can easily provide that or that last statement.
I have it here, Mr. Jefferson. Ms. Carver, are you going to follow the same line that the letter that Miss Winslow here received is not indeed from you?
No, that letter is from my hand.
All right. Do you want me to read out what the letter said?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
I was in the bar when Jack assaulted Carl Evans, but I was sat down having a drink when it occurred. I witnessed from where I was sat sound like an argument. These occur often in the bar. I heard an insult from Mr. Evans. I later learned that it was now the deceased Mr. Evans calling Jack a leprechaun. His voice raised. There was not a second passed before a cleaver was pulled from Jack's coat and put into Mr. Evans. Is there a reason why your statements are now changing in this courtroom?
It's not a change, John. Just more detail. I assumed when I wrote that down that that's what I was hearing. I do apologize.
Mr. Jefferson, do you have any further arguments or questions for the witness?
Your Honor, obviously, especially with the witness prior to her. I do not wish to keep this witness on the stand, as I believe that she has directly perjured herself, which would violate the deal that she's made with the territory. And I have no further questions.
Sir, I'm not violating anything.
Just a second, Miss Carver. Mr. Hamlin, do you have any news for us?
Yes, Your Honor. The warden actually did confirm that was, in fact, from him.
Very good. Then Miss Carver and Mr. Burke will be found guilty of perjury at this time.
I didn't perjure, Your Honor.
You said in your statement that there was not a second pass before a cleaver was pulled from Jack's coat and put in Mr. Evans' chest.
Right.
Did you pull that fact from where?
The fact that he has a cleaver and this man was cleavered to death.
This is why we did depositions, because we knew this was going to happen.
The court's having a hard time appreciating that you would say there was not a second pass and given such intimate detail of what happened, and then say that you actually didn't see what happened.
Your Honor, I have a few questions that might clarify this.
There are no questions needed. Miss Carver will be found guilty of perjury and removed from the stand.
Miss Carver, if you could stand up and return to your seat, please.
Her and Mr. Burke's plea agreements will be forfeited at this time.
I wasn't lying.
That'll be enough. Back to your seat.
Want justice but won't listen to the truth.
Your Honor, I appreciate the court's indulgence for probably one more of these. We will call Charles Buck to the stand.
I coached Winslow through this one. She took my questions, so hopefully.
Has to be on handcuffed at this time.
You will not be uncuffed.
Charles Buck, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sure.
Take a seat, please. Your Honor, the witness has been sworn in.
And if you think that they're done,
you pull the chair back for me. I'm a big fella.
They ain't done.
Most certainly.
Thank you very much.
Anytime.
Mr. Buck, were you present at the saloon in Van Horn the night
Yes,
that Carl Evans
I
was killed?
was.
Did you observe a physical altercation occur between Jack Jackson and Carl Evans?
Yeah, I was there.
And you saw it with your own eyes.
His blood landed on my boots. I saw everything.
All right. And who was the person that attacked Carl Evans? What's up, murder? I haven't seen you in a while, dude.
It was Jack.
All right. And you heard the altercation that occurred prior to that with a comment about a leprechaun.
Yeah, Carl Evans came up, called him a leprechaun.
Okay. What was his immediate reaction to that? And by him, I mean Mr. Jackson. I apologize.
Pulled out his cleaver, chopped him up into little pieces right in front of me.
What did he do after he did that?
He was laughing.
Why do y'all call him Mad Jack?
He earned it after he chased down the deputy with the cleaver. During one of our shootouts, he called for help. No for that day, just Jack.
All right. This is kind of a regular thing for Mr. Jackson to have a lot of violent outbursts.
I think it would be. I tried hugging him once, and he stabbed me.
I accidentally punched him once and he stabbed me. You look at him the wrong way and he'll stab you too.
Thank you, Mr. Buck.
Is there anything else?
Well, Mr. Williams will have his opportunity to cross-examine.
Mr. Buck. Just to go back to a previous piece of evidence.
Man, it's been a long
There
time,
was
brother.
7 of you in the bar when this altercation happened. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was some of us in there. I don't remember the numbers.
Was Mia Moore present at the time?
She was.
Boom.
And just to clarify, you're saying that Jack or Mad Jack would stab you if you looked at him the wrong way?
Yes, sir.
So your other two colleagues of the Van Horn gang, Landon and Tommy, they managed not to see anything while in the saloon.
I think it's a win.
But yet your
I would
relationship
agree.
with Mr. Jack seems a little bit more hostile. Is that
I have a
correct?
feeling that they were all coached by Williams.
No, he's
and
friends.
It's
It's
because
just that he
of
has
Williams that
problems.
they've now just perjured themselves.
Yeah.
Could you define problems?
Like I already stated. You look at him the wrong way, he'll stab you.
I believe Miss Carver defined him as kind previously.
He can be. If he sees you're having a bad day, he'll cheer you up.
So, you're not intimidated by Jack when he stabs you, or you're not trying to get revenge on him and trying to get out of anything by taking your revenge now, are you?
Objection, relevance.
Please state your question again, Mr. Williams.
Yes, Your Honor.
You'd already given it.
Just what was the question? I'm just asking for what the question was.
You're not trying to get rid of Jack, are you?
Objection is sustained.
Why would I try to get rid of him?
Mr.
You have to
Buck,
answer.
that means you're not supposed to answer that question.
But you and Jack, sorry, but you and Jack, you said you and Jack are friends.
We are.
Objection, relevance.
Okay, that's all.
We were.
We were.
Were.
Okay, you two. This is not a social call for either of you. Mr. Jefferson, go ahead.
No further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, good. Now, though, are these the last questions for these 3 witnesses?
For those 3, yes, Your Honor.
All right, good. Then would the bailiff please arrange for Miss Carver and Mr. Burke to be immediately sentenced on grounds of perjury. Their plea deals would be revoked, and that'll go back to the prosecutor's office to handle appropriately from there. At this time, their punishment for perjury will be. Oh, let me look here.
I worked so hard for those plea deals, Jefferson.
Yes. It's very,
I know.
unfortunate, but they gotta stick up to their end.
They will serve
Can you get off me?
Additional month and be fined $50 each.
Bruiser, if you could get back to your seat, please. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ford, could you please have Burke and Carver removed from my courtroom?
Yes, sir. Give me just a moment to prepare the escort.
Yeah, I would. Sorry if we have a brief recess while this happens.
Joel and Freeman and yourself, and get them out front.
Your Honor, is it okay if we have a brief recess? I only have one additional witness.
Who is your last witness going to be?
Be Dr. Eddie McAllister.
All right. Yes, we will grant a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You okay?
All right. Murder. What's up, dude? Man. What was that, Exodus back then? We were playing Exodus, or was it PR, or not PRC, TLSRP? Oh, there. I highly doubt that. I think that's why Theo's is really concerned right now, because if they want him to leave the courthouse, then they're going to be separated. These two members. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm buttoning it up. Dr. McAllister, I'm going to shred. I'm not going to let Williams. Fuck, we got a server restart. I knew the 2 o'clock was going to come into play. Hang on, what's this going around right now? All right, well, we got some stuff to look at after all this. It might have been a miscommunication,
Can't look at me no more.
but we are going to have to, I doubt we get this knocked out before the relog.
Can't see me no more.
Or before the restat.
You don't like me no more.
Your Honor, can I approach? The Deputy Sheriff, Zhao Longwei, is he free to participate in a prison transport for them to go back?
I don't expect Mr. Williams to be calling him as a witness, considering he's already cross-examined him. So, yeah, that's fine. If for some reason he's needed, then we can address that. But I don't think it doesn't make any sense that he'll be called again.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor, I've got, obviously I should be able to get Dr. McAllister in before we have to walk out for a bit.
Well, we'll try to make it relatively snappy, and then I shouldn't need too long to deliberate on this one.
All right. But if we cut it close, we'll be able to take care of any problems that might pop up.
Yeah, I'd like to give us a 10-minute buffer.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
You ain't Van Horn. You
I would
ain't
recommend
Van
that
Horn
both of you be
ready.
quiet at the moment.
All them years in that town looking at that lighthouse. Now you just gonna go back there. You can go on back.
Yeah. You coming back in or something? Yeah, 'cause nobody objects to me. I lead the fuck out of direct witnesses. I lead the shit out of them. And there's only one attorney that objects
It
to me.
actually sounds as if
And
it
that's
is your client
now a
who is upset
prosecutor.
again.
I hired her.
Well, no,
I've
you don't
abused the
approach
shit out of that.
Executive Burke or Bruiser.
I get away with
You
asking
can
all
go
kind of
all
questions I
the
should
way
never
back.
ask. I should never be allowed to ask.
Ain't you, Buck?
Let's get the old cross arms. Miss Sanders, you need to depart.
Court is now in session.
Keep your seats.
I'll be okay. I want to see this through. I'll tell you after. I'll be okay.
Hi, Mr. Jefferson.
Yes, Your Honor. The territory calls Dr. Eddie McAllister. Cancel action. There
Mr.
we go.
Jefferson.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The court calls Dr. Eddie McAllister.
Yes, carry on.
Dr. McAllister, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated. Thank you, ma'am. Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Have a seat, doctor.
Dun, dun, dun.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Dr. McAllister, just make sure you're speaking loudly for me.
I am, sir.
All right, thank you. What's your profession?
Well, I am a doctor, and I am the Surgeon General of the West Arlington Territory.
And how long have you been the Surgeon General?
For quite some time now, it seems.
Okay. I'll take that. You have, on occasion, are you required to perform autopsies in your role?
Yes.
Or postmortems, excuse me?
Yes, sir. I am the only one qualified currently in the territory to perform such a function, yes.
Did you have the opportunity to perform a postmortem on Carl Evans?
I did.
Could you tell me your results from that postmortem?
Well, upon examination of Mr. Evans' torso, his abdomen was sliced open in 6 places, severing most vital blood vessels and bifurcating parts of his liver, separating his kidneys, puncturing his diaphragm, and a piece of his lung was missing.
And so this was, in your medical opinion, a direct attempt to end someone's life.
There's no question. In order to penetrate someone's body and leave nicks on their vertebrae, it must be done with, extreme force and intent.
Okay. Did you have knowledge of the weapon that was used in this murder?
No, not prior. I witnessed, I received the post-mortem preliminary that was performed upon him after I performed my own autopsy.
Very good. Is that standard practice?
It was by chance. I was in the morgue already, and I saw that there was a tag requesting an autopsy be done on another drawer.
Thank you. No further, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
How are you, Miss McAllister?
Well enough, thank you.
These 6 slash marks. Did Mr. Carl Evans have any defensive wounds? Did he put his hands up to defend himself in any way?
No, they were directly to his torso. Death would have occurred very rapidly due to the lack of blood circulation. He, by my estimation, died with less than half of his blood remaining in his body.
So even after the first hit, are you saying he may have even died?
No, not after the first. He hadn't fallen. He would have died after the 6th.
So that would have maybe given him some time, at least naturally, to put your hands up and defend yourself.
It may have. Are you asking me to speculate?
Well, it just seems natural, yes.
Speculation is natural.
Yeah, well, sorry, I'm asking you to speculate, yes.
Okay. Well, I
it.
suppose that some people might have just been in shock and looked down to see their guts hanging out and not defend themselves until a little bit later.
And after the sixth one, he was, as you say, dead when he hit the ground, correct?
It would, yes, I would think that I would surmise that, yes.
Okay. Hold on just a second, Your Honor. Something has just left my mind. No further questions, Your Honor. Apologize. Thank you, Mr. McAllister.
Mr. Jefferson.
Your Honor, prosecution rests.
Thank you, Dr. McAllister. You'll be excused from the stand at this time. Mr. Williams, will you be calling any witnesses or bringing up any evidence in defense?
I would like to call Mr. Dr. Ronald Charlton to the stand.
Yep, I'll go.
Very good. We're all going to have to take about a 20, maybe 15, 20-minute recess here shortly. So we'll try to do what we can in the next 10 minutes. Mr. Charleston?
I'd also just like to submit the psychiatric evaluation that Mr. Charleston has provided.
Your Honor, Mr. Charlton's psychiatric evaluation, we have no objection to.
Good. It'll be submitted into evidence.
Dr. Charlton, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God, sir?
Charleston, I love it.
That I do.
I fucking love it.
Indeed. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Witness has been sworn in, Your Honor.
Dr. Charlton, how are you today?
This is a direct.
Thank you.
So you conducted a psychiatric evaluation of Jack Jackson at Siska Penitentiary, is that correct?
A competency evaluation, yes, I did, sir.
Competency. And you found Jack to be competent, that's correct?
That is correct.
Were you aware of Jack's prior habits of collecting fingers when you completed this competency evaluation?
I was not, no.
Would you say this is
Objection, leading.
Apology.
Thank you. I didn't want to.
Sustained.
Do you believe that collecting fingers is normal behavior?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What do you think?
We can do it again.
Of
but I'm not
Mr.
gonna.
Jackson's
Mental state.
finger collecting habit?
Objection, speculation.
Fuck me.
Fuck me.
Hold on a second. It's been established previously that Mr. Charleston was being viewed as an expert witness.
That's correct.
I believe his medical opinion here is more than valid, so I will overrule that objection.
Could you ask the question again there, Mr. Williams?
You're good. I'll get it from here.
What
I'm
do
gonna
you-
let him hang himself.
How do you
I wanted
view
to fluster
Mr.
him.
Jackson's
Oh, yeah, you did
finger
it.
collecting
I heard him
all I
say,
wanted.
fuck
habit?
me.
I view it to be strange and maladaptive in nature, which is an indication as well of sadism.
He's often, Mr. Jackson has been accused of laughing and torturing people. How do you view that?
The same. It is maladaptive. Maladaption is not insanity, nor is it psychosis, Mr. Williams.
Okay. But it is not, how could you say, normal behavior?
It is maladaptive. It is outside of the norms, whether they be social or otherwise, yes.
Thank you. That is all for now.
Prosecution.
Your Honor, we accept the report as issued in evidence.
Good. No questions for Mr. Charleston then?
Mr. Charlton? No, Your Honor.
Charlton, sorry. Well then, Mr. Charlton, you will be excused from the stand. Thank you very much for your expert opinions here. Due to the impending, inclement weather, we're going to take a 20-minute recess, and I would invite everyone to leave the courtroom, get a breath of fresh air, and of course, anyone who's in custody should remain in custody.
Everyone would exit the courtroom and venture out to the left-hand side of the courtyard. Stay within eyes distance, please.
I thought we had another dolly situation there.
Emery, if you would escort Jack outside, please.
Onto the left side. All
Oh,
right.
there you go.
Ooh, Steffi, you got bombed.
Everyone, if you were inside, please remember, stay to the left.
What did you
Do not
say,
venture
Steffi?
off.
What did you say? Autobot got you pretty good. Hit you with a 1 second timeout. Shit. Oh,
I'm
the
just gonna go
clip.
find the outhouse. I'll be back.
All right, folks. We'll throw up the break. Oh, son of a bitch. And boop, we gone. All right. So, I mean, obviously, let me pull up my Excel spreadsheet here. So, for Van Horn v. Lemoyne, there were 5 separate charges. 2 counts of aggravated battery, 1 count of mayhem, 1 count of kidnapping, 1 count of torture. I do not believe that I proved the mayhem, or the aggravated battery beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm confident I proved the mayhem, the kidnapping, and the torture, although the victim wasn't there. And but I did have the person on the stand who took the statement from the victim. I also had the scene set by several other deputies who were present on scene during the situation. As far as the Marshall v. Van Horn, I do not believe I got the 2 counts of attempted murder proven of the 2 deputies. There's really no witnesses to that. That probably should have been reduced to aggravated battery. But I think that's, I mean, I don't want these deputies to feel like they got fucked, but, you know, I think we have enough. The 2 counts of obstruction, I think I proved that with the shootout with the marshals. As far as the murder of Carl Evans, yeah, I'm pretty sure we got that. Pretty sure. All right, Steffi, DM me that clip. I'm gonna throw that in there for you, boo boo. It'll probably time me out too, I bet. Watch. He said, fuck me. I loved it. Copy link. All right, let's see if it's probably gonna do the same to me. Watch. Martberg, don't post clips. Blasted. All right, let me get my little thingy going here.
What do you think?
Ooh, easy. Let's go to live view. And we will turn on the Twitch clips thingy. Might take a minute to pop over. Might take more than a minute to pop over. Okay. So we will just go bloop bloop. And edit this to Lusted. Done. Come back to here and max that beast out. We can do it again.
Of
but I'm not
Mr.
gonna.
Jackson's
Mental state.
finger collecting habit.
Objection, speculation.
Fuck me.
Hold on a second.
What do you think?
I love it. I love Will Williams so fucking
we can
much,
do it
man.
again, of
But I'm not
Mr.
gonna.
Jackson's
I'm definitely gonna miss this mental state.
finger collecting habit.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss the fuck out of this. All right, let's throw the break webcam back up. Wow. Okay, so thank you to everybody for being here so far. We're obviously going to be coming back at the restart. We didn't want to cut it close. I don't know how many more witnesses he's going to put on the stand, but I don't believe deliberation is going to be anything significant. We have this area kind of locked off from everybody else in the community coming to it until 4 a.m., which not going to happen. We started this trial at 11 o'clock, very, very on time. That is unlike when trials normally get started on the server. We're normally 10, 15, 20 minutes late. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's been here kind of following. There's been a lot of people just kind of chilling and vibing, and that's super cool. It's really hard to interact with the chat whenever we have a trial going on, because I really have to listen. If I'm first chair, I have to listen a lot. But you know, I wanted to give Glenjamin Franklin, our good friend Glenjamin Franklin, who plays Will Williams. I wanted to give him an opportunity to go through and, you know, he hasn't fucked with me on Baird as far as leading and all that stuff. I wasn't gonna totally screw him over. I was gonna give him a shot as well. And he's done a decent job. This is a really hard case to defend, and I think it's gonna probably cause him in character issues with the Van Horn gang, I would imagine. But I think what I'm gonna do with Baird, you know, this is Baird's last trial. He's stepping down, resigning. I think what I'm gonna do with Baird is maybe take a defense case every now and again, so I can keep this in my blood a little bit, because I really do enjoy it. And you're not locked down as much as a defense attorney. I can spin whatever web I want to spin. I could say the man on the grassy knoll did it, and it would be a valid argument. I would just still have to prove it, or at least raise doubt that it is as in evidence. As a prosecutor, you are totally locked down to presenting what is only on paper. So as far as certain things, I just cannot speculate. I can't do anything like that. Let's see what we got here. Let's go back through. Wookie, again, thank you very much for those 5 gifted subs. To Zveo, to Ringer, to Summoner, to Bellaboo, also to Caliana. Kyle Mercury followed yesterday right towards the end, so I appreciate that. Deadly Angelic followed yesterday right towards the end. One of the best names in Twitch is Dollar Store Buck. I love that name. They followed a couple days ago. They're also a streamer on the server. And Ty's dad gifted a sub to Cyborg Johnny 9222. We appreciate that. And we got a raid from our own Mr. Cam, the Cowboy Man, came in raiding us a couple of days ago. So again, just wanted to catch up with recent activity there. I'll pull up a little bit of this case real quick, being that we still have about 8 minutes or so. Let me open up. Oh, there it is. I already got it open. Kind of show you guys what I don't do it anymore, but where is my Trello? I need to be on the live screen for the Trello, which is right there, and we will turn it off so we can see it. Boom. All right, so this is kind of how we have it set up. We got me, got Clifford Harding, Savannah Sanders, Annabelle Grimm, and Bella Winslow, and they're the clerks for the marshal's office and the clerks for the judiciary. Then we come over. These are cases that we are currently pending, so we have to review these cases before they go in for pre-trials and things like that. This is a case that's on hold because the character is not playing on the server right now and has some issues that they're taking care of. So that's why that case is on hold. This is a Charlie Wessel case, which is currently awaiting a pretrial. They're in custody, I believe. I think they're in Siska. There's a plea pending for Tommy Carver, Charles Buck, and Landon Burke. Obviously, Tommy Carver and Landon Burke have perjured themselves on the stand, which violated their agreement. So this will turn back into a trial, and they pretty much are dead to rights in that. But you know what? We'll give them the shot. We'll give them the role play. Pending sentencing, or trial pending or pending sentencing. This is the Jack Jackson case that we're currently we're currently in trial over. And then this is a trial of Elias Bishop that's coming up after this. I believe that is Savannah. So Savannah is handling that. That is the murder of Texas Red. So I believe Savannah is all over that. I need to check in with her on that. But, you know, she's going to run with that on her own. Okay, so we've accepted multiple pleas from people here. We've adjudicated cases and trials here. These are cases that were dismissed for lack of evidence, and this is a civil case that was settled prior to it going to a trial, a civil trial. Let's see here. As far as civil trials, the prosecution acts as the defense for either the marshal's office or whichever law enforcement organization is involved in that lawsuit. We've got, a couple little things over here about ordinances for each individual territory. This is a case coming up, which I'm super excited about. I'm glad that I'm not going to be involved in it. It's going to be a massive case. This red one shouldn't be too significant. I think this Charlie Wessel one is not incredibly difficult either. I think this person's actually out on bail now, actually. Let me see if they updated. Yeah, they did have a warrant. Checklist. Okay, never mind. That's the kidnapping. Okay. I think the red one is the kind of like, it's criminal mischief. It's going to fucking trial for criminal mischief. I love it. And Clifford's taking that one. Brett actually injured the Sanders. Wow. All right, so yeah, I mean that's pretty much how we organize things, and a lot of times, things slip up. We have little mistakes here, like we did tonight. We couldn't locate Robert Water's statement, but thank God there was a bunch of other things that kind of threw them way in there. Oh, good job by you, dude. Good job by you. I was not. I mean, we don't have any problem with the testimony being entered, obviously, or the competency report being administered, because obviously it was ordered by the court. But I wasn't going to get up there and make you tell me, oh, he's definitely sane. I think the report speaks for itself. Anytime I get you on the stand about that, it's just bad things, because I'm opening up to a redirect from Williams once he has time to kind of figure it out. I wanted to get you on and off, and I know Eddie has some things that she wanted to do, but I mean, I have a feeling it's a slam dunk right now, with the exception of losing maybe 3 charges that I initially brought forward with. Whoa, shit. All right, let's close this up. Go back to the webcam. All right. Yes, dude. Look, you can't see above, but yeah. Steffi clipped it. Steffi clipped the fuck me. I'll paste it in here again for you. Just shit.
What do you?
Oh, there you go, Rich. Right there. He said, "Fuck me." That dude is so fucking funny, man. I love that he's a lawyer. He's gonna he'll get his bearings here real soon with that. I mean, he does the property stuff and all that stuff as well, but he'll get his bearings and he'll be a force to be reckoned with. I'm getting beat right now. I'm getting beat AF. There's a ticket about some things. Wiping people in Mountain Blade. Hell yeah, dude. Murk them all, bro. Murk them all. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I appreciate you hanging out, Ken. Yeah, I see the confusion, but you got an admin ticket about something I'm looking at. All right, I'll just get to that later. I should probably go ahead and try to get on the Swerver. And I just about opened Minecraft. That would have been interesting. But court cases are always really chill. All right. Man, it's getting ready to dump 17 people that have not logged out yet. They're not gonna. Okay, yep, it just dumped 17 people. They're gonna be fucked up. They're gonna have a weird spawn in. All right, we'll put the live back up. My favorite calming music ever, right there. My most favorite calming music ever. Let's see if we can get lucky and snipe this one. No, but we're going to handle that perjury stuff. We're going to have a discussion at OOC about that and just clarify if there was a mistake or whatever, because I mean it was put together today, you know, just to make sure we had those depositions. So I'm not going to fuck those people over if it was an honest mistake. Metsy, that son of a bitch took my number one. Damn it. You know, a lot of servers kick people if they take number one. We don't do that though. We don't play those games. One is just a number. One is just a number. Good old Baird. Poor old retiree Baird Jefferson. Well, y'all know, I know you cocksucking son of a bitch, I tell you, you know. Let's take the coat off because we didn't have it when we came out. Take the hat off. Gonna do sleeves. And we're gonna pull out our gat. We're going into the house. We'll come in here for a minute and just relax while everybody else is getting in. All right, but we made it back inside without getting shot, so that's good. All right, so Baird's last trial. It definitely sucks. A lot of people put a lot of effort. I mean, you think admins do a lot of stuff here, staff does a lot of stuff. The people that run the judiciary on this server, there is mountains, and the LEOs as well. Jesus, there is mountains of paperwork that has to be maintained, and obviously we make mistakes from time to time. But when I first started this, it was 3 nights of my week that I would do nothing but review cases and lock in cases. And if you have one main character, this is something you could do, and you can do it by yourself, as long as you can be there in person. But there's no fucking way with all the top tier crime and shit that we have going on right now. You got to have multiple people doing things, and you know we got 2 energetic people to do the job, which I've been pushing that off on them anyway over the past week and a half, where they've been taking primary roles in all these cases. So, and they've shown nothing but their ability to be successful, and that really excites me as a role player in this community, and it really excites me as an admin in this community, because the worst thing we can do as an admin team is to keep admins in roles that players can do and succeed at. And you know, there's two people here that can definitely do it, and whichever one's yeah, lots of new people coming in. Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, a ton of new people. I want to say that we did over 25, maybe 20 allow listings today. Our voice interviews today, excuse me. And I think things are looking really good as far as this portion of RP on the server. I think personally myself, I'm a bit burned out of RP in general. I am stepping back for a while. Not a super long time, but you know, a while for me to get my head back around things and focus back on what I'm doing on the admin team, making sure that we have good quality of RP on the server. A lot of things that go on in the server, a lot of people just have no idea about, and it's you know, just a lot of work that goes on around. And you know, when you do that and do everything else, and then you stream, and then you do the court stuff, it's just a whole bunch. And I'm incredibly burned out at the moment. So gonna be taking a break. Let's just say, gonna be taking a break. Still gonna be in the Discord, bouncing around, cutting up with people, and showing love for the community. But I definitely would gonna step back from logging into the server, and playing a character regularly for the time being. Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. I got really good friends around me, and definitely motivating me to get back, and also motivating me to kind of take a break. Unfortunately, my job is very restrictive as well. Around mid-September all the way until first week of November, I work 16-hour days pretty much every day. So yeah, that's coming too. So people are gonna forget about old Mark Berg for a little while, and then they're gonna show back up. Who's this fat fucker not walking around? Who the fuck is this guy? That's the guy that died. Remember him? That Fartberg guy with the stupid fucking hat. But I did a 2-hour stream on Davey Russo the other day, which is a character that I always have a ton of fun with, and it was me forcing it. And that's not fair to the other people that I was role playing with, and not fair to me either. I will tell everyone though, if you get an opportunity to sit down, if you get an opportunity to sit down with a friend and tell a very deep, involved story that affects a lot of yourself, take it.
I think you can sit in the back row.
Be collaborative. Think of the people around you. Involve them. Be generous in your role play.
One of these, he said back.
Not trying is not good. Put in effort. Put everything you got into telling a story that you would be happy with, and would give back something to the other RPers in your kind of your orbit. Frustrations come up. They definitely exist from time to time. Give your fellow RPers the benefit of the doubt. Reach out to them. Have direct conversations with them. Be civil. Get to the root of the cause.
How very dare you, Williams?
Mr. McAllis, if I could have you come back outside to get searched again.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Or do you want to do it here?
We could probably do it here. Just one at a time. Williams, since you're already standing, just come over here. All right, put your hands up for me.
Hands up?
Mhm.
Put your goddamn hands up, son.
I know. Freeze.
All right, I appreciate it.
That
Were you
fucking
searched,
guy.
Harry? Okay.
I was, yeah, we searched before, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's just double checking.
I understand.
Nah, you need a break,
good
take
to
a
sit
break.
Charlton, you've been searched?
You start
I have,
noticing that
yes,
you're
by
having some bleed, you're
Miss-
affected.
You can feel free to do it again if you wish.
Talk to your friends.
No, if you've been searched, I'm
Ask
not
them
gonna
if
do it
they've
again.
noticed
Very
something.
good.
You've been searched, Mrs. Cross?
Miss Cross. Oh.
Were you searched
Yeah,
before when
someone
you
come
came in?
notify myself, Mr. Bogenhagen, when everyone's set to go.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'll let them
he's
know.
not here. Then,
I appreciate that.
When
Thank you.
we gotta come back in, if you don't mind stepping over here so I can just pat you down again.
You were singing Christmas.
I said, oh,
songs,
is she back?
for
Okay,
fuck's
then I
sakes,
apologize. You can
Williams.
sit down.
Let's see if I can do this.
How dare? How dare?
The work.
No, you just confirmed that you're not your bastard. That's all.
But no, that's what's going on. I appreciate everybody for being great viewers. You know, these trials have been amazing.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, it's been quite a case.
It has. It has. You doing
I
okay?
I do need to tune up my skills a little bit,
Oh, you'll get there though. Don't worry about it. I started off the same way.
learn a bit more about how to object correctly, sir, and whatnot. But maybe
Yeah,
you can tutor me a little bit more when you're retired.
I will. I definitely will. I'm gonna pick up the odd case every now and again just to make a little bit extra money for the whores and all.
Oh yeah, of course. But yeah, I'm just glad that my first case could be against your last case.
I do like that as well. I think you got a lot ahead of you there, Mr. Williams.
I appreciate it. I just hope that people can see the difference between a defense lawyer and someone that actually, how can I say, likes the people they work for, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, just because I'm defending someone doesn't mean to say I'm affiliated with the Van Horn gang.
I think you put a bigger target on your back than people understand.
Mr. Jefferson, you're shouting across the courtroom.
I'm not shouting across the courtroom.
I can hear you back here.
Well, good. Well, come on, Governor. Come on over here. Give me a hug.
Pretty entertaining.
Thank you.
Are you sure? Because Savannah didn't like it when I gave her a hug.
No, go ahead. Let's hug it
That's
out,
not-
Governor.
Arena.
Exactly what I said.
Whoops.
All right, everyone, let's get this over with. Take your seats, please.
There you go. There you go.
Joel, you got to take your hat off.
No, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I got it.
Jesus. I'm actually pretty happy with Baird's that last outfit here.
Attention, court is now in session.
You may have your seats.
Cancel action. Wink.
I believe we are at the time in which the defense is asked to bring forward any further evidence or witnesses it wishes to call.
There is none, Your Honor.
All right, are both sides prepared to then make any final arguments?
Your Honor, I'm prepared.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams?
Sorry, yes, Your Honor, I'm also prepared.
Mr. Jefferson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Unfortunately, what we're here for is just, as I said in my opening, horrible violence that's been done against citizens of this territory and probably other territories that we're in proximity to. We'll never know. What I can say is that one person has lost their life. Multiple people have been affected by that, including family, friends. We've also had people who have been shot for responding to assist the marshals who are in their performing their lawful duties to take these criminals into custody. Um, the biggest thing that I see here, Your Honor, is are we going to allow people who prey on the citizenry of the territory to go through and continue to do that at will? And yes, I know Mr. Jackson has been in prison for Cisco for a long time, waiting for this trial to come up. But Mr. Evans is dead.
Good.
Go ahead,
Let
Mr.
him
Jefferson.
rot.
Mr.
He made his choices. He
Jackson.
loudmouth son of a bitch. And he got what was
Mr.
coming to
Jackson.
him.
Oh, thank
Because
God.
ain't nobody come to
Mr.
save
Hamlin, would you
him.
please gag him?
Well, you don't want to hear me say it?
Not until it's your turn, Mr. Jackson. You'll have your moment.
Everybody gets their moment.
Thank you, Mr. Hamlin. Carry on, Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You know, Mr. Evans is not here anymore. We have to speak for Mr. Evans and what happened to him.
Mm-hmm.
So, the other person involved in this is still alive, but not the same as they were, and most likely won't ever be able to be who they were again. They had body parts removed, thumbs smashed through their eye sockets, kidnapped, and tortured, engraved on their chests with a symbol of Mr. Jackson's gang, taking ownership of that person. That's not the most troubling thing to me, obviously, but being that this person then walks around for the future after that with fingers in their pocket of these victims. And when asked if they could, when they were asked if someone could retrieve those and get them back, they said, "You got to trade me for it." Your Honor, I'd ask you for the maximum. Excuse me. I would ask the court for the maximum penalties be brought forward in this case as to the massive severity and the direct action that could come from any type of release or escape from this individual if they ever get back into our citizenry. Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Yes, Your Honor. As for the incidents described here today, I believe that the prosecution has provided some statements from witnesses. However, in the numerous people that they have brought to the stand, only 2 were able to identify Mr. Jackson at certain incidents. For example, in the Marshals versus Van Horn, even though there were multiple marshals present on the scene, only, I believe, Marshal Field Ford identified him. I would also like to say that in the incident of Lemoyne versus Van Horn, no one was able to identify Mr. Jackson in this incident.
Yeah, they were.
At all.
Yeah, they were. Winnie Joe was.
Now,
verified
in
by
the
statement.
heftier penalty of the murder of Carl Evans, a laugh does not equate a laugh.
Yeah, it does.
And
back then it did.
I feel that taking the most severe penalty should be done so with the, most severe warning. As
Severe warning.
Mr.
Oh, come on, buddy. Don't say that.
Jackson may have been present at the bar, only Miyamura's written testimony and who we can't cross-examine, and Charles Buck, who has testified against him, although he has done so on the grounds for a plea deal, even though 2 other members of his gang and probably 4 other people have not come forward to say Mr. Jackson done that. And I therefore believe that there is not sufficient grounds to say that Mr. Jackson was the one that done it, or conclusiveness. That's all.
He did okay. He did all right on that. He went to the factual basis, which is good.
Mr. Jackson, you seem to have a lot to say. Is there anything you wish to address the court with right now?
No.
You can just shake your head yes or no. All right. Oh, you do have something to say. All right, Mr. Jackson, I'll give you your time now if you so wish to take
I love Walnuts so much. I love this character that he plays, man. I love Mad Jack. He's taking accountability for his actions. Now, I'm not saying
you know.
Please stand if you're going to address the court, Mr. Jackson.
Hey.
I don't think they're done. Don't get me wrong.
Hey, you all wanna kill me? But it don't make it right. It ain't gonna bring back Carl or Emma Bailey or even Bill. You remember
go.
Bill Bruiser? Yeah, I do.
This is not time for a social call. Mr. Jackson, you're addressing the court. You will face me when you're doing so.
Face the magistrate.
I love it.
Yeah, I killed Carl.
Face that way.
You hear me? Kill him. And now all he is bones.
I would.
Right. Shut up.
All right, Mr. Cambria, that'll be enough. You can replace the gag and have him sit.
And I didn't fucking ask for any of you to believe in me. All I did was who I am.
Good job.
You know,
Good
I
job, Walnut.
carved a Wink Joe, took her finger. Yeah, I took the finger out of Luca Gambino too.
He's doing a great job, man. He really is.
Let me know when he's been gagged effectively, thank you.
Yes. He's good.
He's doing fucking. I mean, Walnuts did an
All
amazing
right.
job with this character.
Well, normally I'd have the individual sentenced. Well, they're standing, but lying down and gagged is fine, I suppose.
I'll stand on no behalf, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Well, I will say, though, Mr. You can put him down. If you, Mr. Canberra, if you want to keep him shackled, help him stand up, that'll be fine. Actually, I'd rather look at him when I'm telling him this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just one moment.
Mr. Attorney, you want to come over here?
Have him face me, please, Mr. Cabrio. Mr. Jackson, it is clear by your own statements and the evidence that has been brought against you today that you are indeed a heinous and violent individual who poses a great risk to public safety. Not only that, you have very clearly the capabilities to break many, if not all, the tenets of man. Now, before your outbursts, the court was inclined to rule in one way, but at this time the court will rule the following. In regards to the case of Van Horn v. Lemoyne, you are found not guilty of 2 counts of aggravated battery.
I saw that.
However, you are found guilty of 1 count of mayhem, 1 count of torture, and 1 count of kidnapping.
I think we lose the attempted murder too.
Regarding the situations involving the Marshals and the Van Horn gang, and due to a lack of sufficient evidence, you are found not guilty of 2 counts of attempted murder.
Yep.
However, you will be found guilty of 1 count of obstruction.
There you go. Got 1 out of the 2.
In regards to
thought
the
I get
murder of
both of
Carl
them,
Evans,
right?
I do find you guilty, as charged.
Yep, exactly what we thought.
Normally, I would ask for you to address the courts and make any pleas for sentencing, but it seems pretty evident. So at this time, if there's, I believe there might be someone in the courtroom who would like to make a statement of impact on behalf of the deceased.
Your Honor, I'd request that Dr. Eddie McAllister get an opportunity to do that.
Miss McAllister, sorry, Dr. McAllister may address the court at this time from her seat. Or you can come here and take the witness stand if that's more comfortable for you, Doctor.
I'm all right here. I am.
All right, go ahead then, Doctor.
I didn't have Carl long enough. But while I had him, he came to mean the world to me. And he had a big fat mouth, didn't he, Jack? He had a big fat mouth, and sometimes it got away on him. But Jack, it didn't give you the right to kill him. You should not have done that. But I forgive you. You took away my boy. But I see a man who's had a really terrible life that I don't understand. And I forgive you. You should not have done it. I miss my boy. But it won't help me to hold it against you forever. And it's not for you that I'm forgiving you, Jack. Honestly, it's for myself and for the rest of the world. Because if I hold that against you, I won't be able to go on and do the good things that he needs me to do. In his name. So, despite your malice and your sadism, I forgive you. And I'll go on and live my best life for my boy. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Jackson, for the crimes you have been committed or found guilty of, there are many possible outcomes. However, due to the clear evil that is in your heart, And according to the laws of this land, I do sentence you to death by firing squad.
Yes.
To be carried out within a year, in which time you will have the opportunity to appeal the sentence. With that, the defendant will be remanded into custody where he will remain until the time of his death. And the courtroom may now be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just let everybody out
Well,
first.
Good job.
Everyone who does not have a badge, you are free to leave the courtroom, please.
I'm going to remain in the corner. Oh, sorry, Magistrate.
I hope the heat of hell burns you, Jack.
See you next time.
Yeah, all right.
Joel, remain at your post for now.
Yeah.
Everyone okay? Good. All right.
Yeah, we're all right.
All right.
Christ.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's.
You did great,
I'm not
Doctor.
sure. Hold on.
You did.
Just stay there
And
for a
thank
sec. I'll
you
go find out.
for doing your best for my boy.
Yeah, he deserves it.
He did. And we were lucky to have had you. So thank you.
There's going to be 2 more people that can step up and do everything I'm doing. This is just a tragedy that happened to you and to happened to Carl. So I'm happy that you got closure in whatever way you needed. And, I'll be praying for you in the future.
I'll just be. I guess I'm just glad that it won't happen to anyone else.
I agree. Now we got some business with these other folks now.
Yeah, I'll let you go. Thank you again.
You're very welcome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think they both do. Yeah.
Wow.
No, yeah, you're right.
That was really good.
Yeah. Had those dirty
Not for
Jefferson
me. I mean, but
tried to rob Valentine earlier.
big respect to Walnuts for that character. I mean, it's technically a delayed perma. I mean,
We bagged 2 of them.
he's done what he's done on the server. He's faced the consequences for it. He's been sentenced to death. I'm not saying that they're not going to come up with some plan to get him out, but he's gone through the process. I mean, and his process was long as shit. This was June. This was over 2 months ago when this started. I mean, the server was a baby server then. He's developed this character for 2 fucking months. Even before that. I mean, you got to give credit to the people that put in the time on a character and are ready to handle the consequences that come up. I mean, obviously, as an admin, I reached out to Walnuts about a week ago and level set with him and asked him what he wanted to do. Because we still give players the ability to make decisions for their character, even when they're caught in a situation like this. There's life in Cisco with no possibility of parole. There's firing squad execution. Those are the 2 penalties for capital crimes, which right now the only capital crime is murder.
Lawyers sending out subpoenas and not doing nothing with them.
So, I mean, he made the call. Whatever made sense for that character, he was happy moving forward. And you know, I got nothing but good things to say about Caleb and the Van Horn gang folks over
Governor,
here.
just to inform you as an extension of your office, and I should have mentioned this during sentencing, but it will be your responsibility to schedule a date for execution.
Good to know. That is not something I was aware of. All right, I will work on that.
Well, as the head of our executive branch of government, it is up to you.
All right, I will take care of it.
Excuse me.
And that is to happen within the year if he does not appeal.
Right.
Magistrate.
Well, Mr. Jefferson.
You got a knife?
Not particularly. Why?
Okay, just curious.
Governor, if there's anything I can assist you
Should
with,
I
let me
have a
know.
knife?
Do you have something you can pull out real quick? Oh, there you go. That's better.
Well, I'd say congratulations, but I don't think that's necessarily appropriate.
No.
Given the outcome.
No, not at all. But I get the sentiment and I appreciate it.
Well, it's been a pleasure working with you and sharing this space. I do wish you well in your
Walter.
future endeavors. Yes, Governor.
Huh?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said something else. Who decides if it's public or not?
Yourself.
All right.
But I would say my recommendation would be at least having members of the press there to witness.
I'd probably have it at Cisco, to be honest with you, because there's going to be people that are going to come there and try to stop it.
I concur.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, it's been a pleasure sharing the courtroom with you on the occasions we had, and hopefully you have a nice, peaceful, enjoyable retirement.
I think so, and as long as my law license is not revoked, I'd be interested in taking the odd case for defense if
Yes.
somebody is in a position where they ain't got nobody else to help them.
Well, I'm sure you can make a decent amount of time serving as a mentor or a tutor to upcoming lawyers.
I'd enjoy that, and I definitely would enjoy making sure that I'm there if Mr. Harding or Miss Sanders themselves has a question about anything. I'll definitely be available.
Well, I'm going to head out now, but
sounds good.
Hopefully we'll cross paths again soon.
Well, thank you, Magistrate, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you for all your kindnesses and also for your forgiveness whenever I acted out of false information.
You didn't do anything I wouldn't do.
Very
That's
good.
fine.
All right. Take care.
Magistrate Bugenhagen, thank you so much for your kindnesses as well.
Of course.
I think you're the one that I've got down in the nitty gritty of some of these cases with, and have talked me through a lot of points that I was struggling with. So I appreciate your time as well.
No, as well. I can only hope that the future generation of the prosecutors can match your skill and demeanor.
I think the skill's there already. I think they just got to find their way, and they will.
Very well. All right. Well, if you need money for extracurricular activities, don't hesitate to reach out to me. All right.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I appreciate that offer. I tend to be nose down in the bed here in a little while, honestly.
All right. Well, I think this is a fantastic case to end your career on. So.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right. Well, you have a good one.
You too.
Don't be a stranger now.
No, I definitely will not.
Hey,
Miss Sanders.
I'm not going to hold you up. I just wanted to say thank you for the offer. You were right. This is the place for me, and I am genuinely going to miss you, Baird.
Well, I'm gonna miss you as well, but I'll tell you right now, you belong here, and you belong in the chair that you're sitting in, or the chair that I was sitting in. And I think you and Clifford, whoever they select to replace me, you're both going to do fine. I think you're both capable of working with each other. I think you both have different different strengths, and I think you'll do amazingly well, and you'll do good for this territory.
Are you staying in the area though?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I might end up heading towards Saint Denis for a little while and get some relaxation.
Oh God, why? Town smells like ass.
Yeah, but there's interesting things in Saint Denis that ain't necessarily down here in Blackwater. I'm just too goddamn lazy to ride a horse to fucking goddamn Blackwater to Saint Denis and then back here every time I have a goddamn trial, which seems to be multiple times a week.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I ain't shitting you. If you or Clifford need anything at all, just send me a federal post, and I'll get back with you just as fast as I can.
It's no worries. I think between the two of us we can handle it, but I will most likely send you a letter every day for the next 6 years.
That's totally fine. I'll need stuff to keep my fire burning after I read it.
Wow. Enjoy your time.
All right. Thank you very much. You're going to do amazingly well.
I hope so.
I know so. All right. Whew. That's it. A lot of cool people involved in that story. I really appreciated it. Baird's story is not over. I'm going to be there to help the folks that might need a little bit of help, and maybe some news story will come from Baird here. Just whenever we're ready. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks, Prox. Thanks, Summoner. Big shout out to think you can. Big shout out to Walnuts for this character. Big shout out to Zebulon. Also to Dexter and Timothy and Wildcat Woman for the characters that they're playing in the judiciary and the prosecutor's office. Also to Bella Winslow, which brought a lot of RP tonight with the obviously she's the court reporter, and she gathered the depositions from the folks, which led to obviously some confusion in the stand, which kind of brought to a lot of RP to it. I think there's some miscommunication there that we'll work towards as an admin team to get it squared away. But thank you so much, Simon. I appreciate you being here. Please have a great night. I'm done talking. I generally talk to excess, and I'm not ready to do that right now. So, but I'll see you folks down the road. I'm gonna enjoy a break, and I'll come back strong. So thank you again, and have fun on the server. Relax yourselves, and tell good stories, and think of all the people around you. We're also going to raid somebody. Let me get that pulled up. I got to do it again, man. I mean, I love this guy so much. Actually, you know what? We're going to send it over to Wookie. Wookie's starting out his journey on this server. I've rated a lot of the people that I'm seeing now multiple times. So we're going to send it to Wookie. He's starting his journey on this server, and he is an amazingly talented role player. And I hope he finds a place here where he's comfortable and he makes Sundance his home one day. But until he's ready for that, then, you know, I'll just continue to support whatever he does and whatever role play he does wherever he plays that. So, but let's go over there and show some love to Wookie. He's playing a character called Jericho Jackson, and they're on a tear right now, headed towards, looks like McFarland Ranch. But if y'all can hop on board that raid train, we'll go share that love. And thank you again to everyone, and we will see you when I'm back. Thank you so much. Good night.